It's Friday afternoon and we are back at Zhuhai International Circuit. It is free practice day for round 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Getting this afternoon's proceedings underway is the ASB 1000 class, and first out on track is the Australian Lachlan Ipis of Evolution Sports. We spoke with Lachlan yesterday. He's very excited to be here. We had a delay in this morning's session due to a crash which luckily didn't result in any injury to Malaysia's Teo Joe. But we are back now for the second of 3 free practice sessions for the ASB 1000 class. This is a 40-minute session as per usual. And there is Lachlan. He's been with us for the whole season and been getting better and better. He had a really good couple of outings at Mandalika, and this morning he looked good in the first free practice session, his first look at this circuit. He was 6th in free practice. His time was a 1:35.8. and that is within about a second of a decent race time, and it was about 1.7 seconds slower than the fastest time, which was set by the defending ASB 1000 champion Zakwan Zaidi, who is the bike just going through there behind one of the wild cards. There is Aslan Shah leading this group. Aslan knows this Zhuhai circuit well. He's been looking forward to this round 5. And he's been looking good all season after a whole bunch of problems in 2022. His tail is up now, and we should be able to see the best of him this afternoon. Daniel Bogas, who is highly mobile, I'm happy to say, is currently sitting next to me in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's quite a luxury to get to sit down for a while now. But I will be bringing you guys more interviews down at the paddock in a little bit, as well as some information about qualifying, which has a few changes in the aspect of the Super Sports 600s and the underbones.
We're looking forward to that. And in the meantime, as this session starts to settle in, we've got 2 great Malaysian multiple champions on your screen now. Aslan Shah Camaruzzaman and Zakwan Zaidi. Aslan on the 1XOX BMW TKKR machine, and Zakwan on the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Last time Zakwan was here, he was on the old version of the Honda, which I still think he looks back on with some affection. It was a very rideable machine. This one is a lot more aggressive, it's faster, and it's fair to say it's taken him, although he won the championship last year, it has taken him some time to really get to grips with the bike. But he started off well today. He was the fastest rider this morning, and he is so far, after just 5.5 minutes out of 40, the fastest rider in this session. Time 1:35.1. That's about a second slower than his best time this morning. So track temperatures are up. What's the weather like outside now, Daniel?
It's pretty warm, but there's a good breeze going around the track. So I think the riders will enjoy that, but definitely I think track temperatures will be rising.
Yeah, we just saw there on our screens Chun Hong Yan. There he is. Chinese rider on a wild card here. He looked pretty good this morning. He did a best time of 1:37, but looked really aggressive, really like he was enjoying the ride. And there he is with the fancy leathers. And he's got the replacement rider for Pasuet Titiwarak on the Astimo Honda, the number 17 bike. That's Kosuke Sakamoto.
Yeah, Kosuke a strong rider in the All Japan Race Championship, so he'll definitely be well accustomed with his bike. Oof. Chen Hongyan going all sorts of shapes and on the exit there.
Yeah, but he keeps it pinned, and he does look like he's enjoying himself here at Zhuhai. Yuki Ito slithering in behind him, and Andy Farid on his tail. Yamaha versus Honda. The advantage was mostly with Honda and BMW in the first session, although Kazma Daniel came through impressively to snatch the third fastest time on the last time around. So when we get a view of Kazma in this session, it'll be good to see how many laps he gets in at that kind of pace. There's Yuki Ito. He was on the podium twice last time we were here in August 2019. It is good to be back in the People's Republic of China, which feels far more futuristic than it did back then, with everything electric and lots of new buildings everywhere.
Andy Farid going aggressive on the inside Yuki, but he just cooks it and goes right into the gravel there.
Yeah, I thought he was going to stay out, but he couldn't, and he's deep now.
Oh, it's just bogged down completely.
Half the back wheel in. Yeah, you're not going to... Oh, that's a horrible feeling. But it does give us a chance to see just how well prepared this circuit is. It's not a new circuit. It opened in, I think it was 1991. So more than 30 years ago. But the track has been well maintained. And when I had a look around yesterday, there were people painting the white lines and the curbs. So they've been well prepared for our visit here, and we're delighted to be here.
It's Zakwan now, just looking around to make his way around the slow turn.
It's turn 11, I do believe.
They're just absorbing all the bumps, and aggressive Aslan Shah just coming up on the back. So Zakwan leg up there. I think he's on a... Oh, maybe that's just a bit of an error, but Zakwan running hard rear and medium soft.
Yeah, in he comes. He just peels off before turn 14 into the pits.
Sorry, I said medium soft, I meant medium front. There's Andy Farid finally out of the gravel.
Yep. Needs to blow the dust off that. But still a lot of time remaining here. About 30 minutes remaining of this session.
Yuki Ito there, just coming back to pit. It seemed like Yuki Ito, he was fighting the bike a lot. And, you can see from his hand language there. Looks like he was struggling to keep the bike upright, so definitely adjustments needed to be made to Yuki's bike. In contrast to Zakwan Zaidi running hard rear, medium front. Yuki's got the hard front, medium rear.
Yeah, a lot of experimentation going on here as the riders get used to the track and the track surface, which will have changed in 4 years. There is Kazma Daniel, who put in that impressive late flyer earlier this morning. He's currently in the late 136s. His best time at the end of the last session was 134.5, so he's got another 2 seconds in that Gen Blue Yamaha somewhere. See if he improves it again. Not that time, but Kazma looks as though he's starting to enjoy himself here at Zhuhai.
Yeah, this is some of the better riding from Kazma we've seen this weekend. Kazma had a few struggles here in the season. So no, here I mean, had a struggle throughout the season. They're slowly finding ways with the Yamaha.
Yeah, just interesting. You always have to keep an eye on the number 28 BMW of Markus Reiterberger. But he had to give way to Zakwan in the first session. And he's sitting beside him just at the moment.
For now, the Zakwan Zaidi besting the German rider, Markus Reiterberger. 0.2 seconds ahead is what Zakwan Zaidi has right now. Azan Shah also 0.216 away from Zakwan Zaidi in third.
Yeah, so those two BMWs tucked up together nicely.
Seems Tuya Josa hasn't come out, so I probably guess that they're still fixing up his bike after that really, really big crash.
Yeah, I couldn't see it in detail, but the rear subframe was completely done.
Yeah, I saw the bike earlier in pit. The bike was completely just the chassis without subframe and the engine, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. So busy pit, busy time for the Savitar Malaysian team. That was with Kazma. Okay, so Kazma ran off there harmlessly.
Here's Markus now, running a hard compound, hard front, hard rear.
Yeah, Markus learns circuits very fast, as we found out, as we got to know him better this season. And since a quiet opening to the season from Sepang, he has scored 4 wins and 2 second places. And that has given him a 48 point advantage over the defending champion, Zakwan Zaidi. So it's good to see Zakwan taking the championship fight to his German rival.
Yeah, Markus just seemingly finding his footing in the session. He's just looking back a few times, just looking to see who's coming up behind him, if anyone. It looks like now he's starting to push as he makes his way into the last turn. So expect a potential improvement from Markus Reiterberger. Bit of a more quiet session from Lachlan Epis as well. So 2.005 seconds away from the top of Zakwan Zaidi, the 134.680. So Lachlan will have to find a bit of something in the session.
Yeah, just 3 laps. He was out early, so perhaps they've been working on something. They've got a good tight team there. They've got support from the racing arm of BMW, Alpha.
Markus Reiterberger's exit there is very different from a lot of the other riders. He's taking a very, very early apex and exiting wider than the rest.
To an extent, probably still experimenting with what is possible. Another rider not out, who was on track for literally just a few minutes this morning, was Jakrit Swangswat, the East NJT rider. We don't know what it was that caused it. Wasn't a crash, but he stopped at the side of the track and didn't move after that. So maybe an engine, who knows? Something's keeping him out. So Osama Murray, have you seen him in the pit lane?
No, I haven't seen him at all, and I'm starting to doubt that he's here with us in this round 5 at Zhuhai. So I will try to drop down at the Victor paddock and see whether he's in there or not. I had a look on Instagram as well. He hasn't posted anything that he's here, so we'll be interested to know what's going on.
So Lachlan, like you say, a bit of a quiet session. The best time is really 2 seconds off the pace so far.
Yeah, then again, the challenge for Lachlan would be that even though it's quite different from 2019, the other teams would have a base set up to go back to. So for them, the adjustments won't be that dramatic. I think just a slight adjustment in tuning here and there, slight change up to tire pressures or suspension. But for Lachlan, it's completely fresh for him. He has no base setup. It's just going in practically blind and just getting the information back to the mechanics with every session that he goes around.
Yeah, this could be a leveler. Like I say, he looked good this morning. He had a really good outing, stepped up in Mandalika. So let's see what he can do. He was very positive, optimistic yesterday. And now it's business time.
Yeah, that being said though, about Lachlan coming into this round pretty much blind with Zhuhai, it might be a disadvantage, but it could also be quite the advantage for him. There we go, he improves 136.179, so he closes the gap down to 1.6. But yeah, sometimes when you're starting fresh like this, you have no real clue of what the grip level is going to be. So you just go in thinking fresh. You guys straight away gauge from the get-go. So they might find the better setup even faster than the other riders. While that all was happening, Marcus Reiterberger has gone up to the top, a 134.510.
Yeah, we saw a cat and mouse battle between Marcus and Zhuhai earlier. Perhaps we'll see it again in this session. We're only halfway through. There are almost 20 minutes remaining. Nobody's been particularly busy. Kosuke this morning was busy. He put a lot of laps in. And, 6 so far this time. Yuki Ito, we've got our eyes on now. He's been the busiest. He's done 9.
You can see the difference between Kosuke in practice 1 and Kosuke in practice 2. Now he's starting to push on for a better timing. He's 1.8 seconds below Marcus Reiterberger. So Kosuke finding his footing and improving now.
Just take a look at the tyres and the suspension of Zhuhai and see how all that's working. It's looking smooth.
Yeah. The rear tire just completely planted as he exits the turns. So they've done really, really good work on the rear shock there of Zhuhai's bike.
So in terms of balancing the bike, Daniel, what would you say are the key things for a circuit like this, where you have got high speed, sharp corners, obviously heavy braking?
I think it's just the matter of you can't go too hard with your setup. You can't go too soft, because it's a balance of the flowing into the last turn. You have the tight areas where you really need the front to dig down and get the grip. And not to mention as well, you have some bumps here and there, so it's all about balance in this circuit. Like we saw with Ibrahim's bike when they went, it looked quite soft, his setup. So he was struggling to get the power really planted, so the rear started moving about. And even on the front, it looked like it was a bit wobbly. So it's all about balance on a circuit like this.
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, there are a lot of variables here.
See Zach on his bike, it just looks so calm. It doesn't look dramatic. It's absorbing everything very well.
Yeah, his pace is good too. That was only 2/10 off his best.
Here's Kosuke now, Kosuke Sakamoto. A decent jump, 136.341. Suki now coming around the last turn. Bit of a tight exit there as he comes across the line and doesn't improve on that lap. 136.341 has been his best so far.
Yeah, the Astemo team have got a really strong stable of riders. They compete in the All Japan Championship, of course. So with Pasowit temporarily out of action, they've got plenty of quality to choose from, and they've chosen Kosuke. For those of you who use Instagram, which is probably almost everybody outside of China, then they've got a really good account to follow.
Here's Kosuke now. Kosuke as well, his bike looks set up very, very well. There's not much movement around, it's just being very stable. But he looks like a proper aggressive rider. Coming from the All Japan Championship, you very much have to be that way.
Yeah, it's not at all for the faint-hearted. It does remind me in many respects of the British Superbike Championship. Older, very, very undulating circuits. Tough riders.
Yeah.
So 134.389, best time for Marcus so far. Best time of the day still belongs to Zakwan Zaidi. Just takes a break with just under 15 minutes remaining. Hard front, hard rear.
Yeah, I think Marcus is going to have a quick debrief before he tries to head up for another session. For now, Marcus is looking good though. His first time in Zhuhai has already been quite impressive.
As we've come to expect, really. Last three, yeah, including this one, the last 3 rounds. First time at first time at Sugo, first time at Mandalika, and now first time at Zhuhai.
Speaking of first times, here's Andy Farriad. This is the first full season for him. He's a rookie in the 1,000 class, and he's already found himself to be quite the contender. Him and Zakwan, both teammates, which complement each other very well.
Yeah, I think they do. They race together in the Suzuka 8 hours. Where did they finish? Was it 7th or 8th?
Yeah, about that.
Something like that. There was an adjustment made to the results that had nothing to do with them, but it lifted them up a place.
It's really impressive stuff from both of them. Andy Farrett really has been quite the rookie. He really doesn't ride like a rookie. He rides like someone who's been doing this for a while now in the thousands class, and he's definitely found full confidence now at this point of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been hesitating to refer to him as a rookie because that tends to suppress your expectations. And he expects to win.
He's that type of rider, the one that just always believes that he can take it all and he can do it all, and he really puts his money where his mouth is. He's able to just reel in those results. He's been fantastic in the super sports class, and he's just as brilliant in the ASB 1000s.
Yeah, without digging up a load of statistics, I think he's been more consistent. I think he's had fewer crashes since he stepped up to 1000s. And just to look at his finishing record, he's had 1 DNF. Oh, I beg your pardon, he hasn't had a DNF. But he has had 2 second places, so the first win is still to come for Andy, and it will come.
Pace-wise, he doesn't look the strongest this weekend for the ASB 1000s, but then again, it is only Friday, it's only practice 2, so a lot can change as we head into the weekend. As of right now, Andy sitting in 5th, 0.67 away from Marcus Ratterberger in 1st. So as of right now, the top 3, Marcus Ratterberger, Zakwan, Aslan, the 3 of them are under 0.2 seconds away from each other. But for the rest, it's 0.6 down to Kasma, Andy, Yukito, 1.26. But Lachlan has actually improved to 1.403 away from Marcus Ratterberger, so this is much better now from the young Australian.
Chunhong Yang a little way off the pace for the wild card, but still having a good time out here.
And as of right now, still no times from Jakrit Swang Swat or Tui Jo, who we saw crash earlier. So Tui Jo, understandable, probably still putting the bike back together. For Jakrit, it's really a question of what really happened in practice 1. I don't know what's gone wrong with the bike.
Yeah, the bike looked fine. I don't think it went over.
Yeah. If anything, it's probably electric related, or yeah, could be engine related as well. It's just we didn't see any indication of that being the case.
No, for sure.
Typically, a blown engine, we see a puff of smoke somewhere, some oil dripping around. Here comes Andy now, back to pit lane. Medium is this setup. He might have a go on the hard front or the hard rear the way Zakwan did. Maybe that seems to be the more favorable compound for the ASB 1000 so far.
Yeah, they've got enough time for a decent run if they want to change the tyres.
So I just want to give a quick update earlier. Oh, there's Jakrit, I think that's, yeah, there we go. So Jakrit's finally out on track now for the East NJT racing team. So it looks like they fixed whatever went wrong with this bike early on. Yeah, so I was saying the update for qualifying for the Supersport 600 class. So previously, well, currently everyone's running the 195/55 size of the Dunlop slicks. But this time around, we have the optional size, the 180/60 sizing. So that's as of right now, we know that the compound's the same. It's just that the size would be different, and it's still plug and play. They can fit it on the same rim, but just a question mark of who's going to choose the 180/55 option. And
it's going to turn faster, isn't it?
Yeah, by right it should be a bit more flippy. So we'll try and keep an eye out. I mean, it's going to be almost impossible for us to tell from a visual aspect on who will be using that, but we will try the best that we can to find out who will be using the 180/60. I would imagine quite a lot. Here's Jacquet now to complete his first flying lap. Or was that his out lap? So that is his first flying lap. 1:42.666. So it's probably just getting the bike warmed up, getting the tires up to temperature.
He's had very few laps here. I don't think he's raced here before.
For now, Yuki Ito running in 6th. He's just come across 0.803 away from Marcus Rattenberger at the top. Lachlan in 7th, so 1.403. Here we follow Jacquet. This goes into the final section of the Zhuhai International Circuit. He'll be a left-hander before he gets ready for the fast right-hander of turn 14. Jacquet now, I think just a bit further in the distance, that was either Yuki or Cosmo Daniel, but it was one of the Yamahas. And that is Cosmo Daniel coming up behind Jacquet. Jacquet now run long right-hander.
So for turn 14, given your experience as a superbike rider yourself, Daniel, is that a third gear turn?
So, it's hard to say. I mean, looking at the speed that they come around from 11, 12 into 13, I would reckon they might be already up into 5th going into 13, so maybe it'd be a 4th gear corner, because I was trying to listen to the downshifts, but I couldn't really hear it from the distance at the pit lane, but it did sound like they're already screaming once they come around turn 14, so it could be 3rd, it could be 4th. I'll try and have a listen when I'm down there and try and figure out what gear they're coming out. Or even better, I'll just ask Lano or someone else. Yeah. That would be the most accurate way to do it.
Yeah, but it's kind of fun just to listen to it and count the shifts. Welcome to Superbike Nerdland, everybody.
Yeah, sorry for the past minute and a half. We did nerd out for a second. Bit of a moment there for Jacquet on the exit. Mediums for Jacquet. He improved his lap time by a couple of seconds on the last lap, so he will be finding his footing with every lap and every turn that he takes.
Yeah, he's a decent rider. He's in a good team. That's all we saw on the Superbike this year, despite having watched the Thai scene for several years. I was aware of him only in the smaller classes, and he was superb. 250s and 400s.
I remember the last run in Mandalika, he was looking decent, but he had a horror crash in Friday, I think, in one of the practice sessions. I think that bike just got completely destroyed. I think that was the second to last turn in Mandalika. It's back up and running now. It's done 3 laps.
So 3 minutes remaining, which means it's time for Daniel to get set up for another couple of interviews, but this time we'll be talking about the changes for qualifying for the underbones and for the Supersport 600s. There is Zakwan Zaidi. There's been no change in lap times, and there Casper Daniel has dropped his Yamaha. Can't quite see where that is, but he's impatient. But his session will be done. It's okay, I'll do it myself. Back with Andy Farid there, he's lying in 5th place. 0.895 off the best time of Marcus Reiterberger. No change in the best times of Reiterberger or Zakwan Zaidi or Aslan Shah in the first 3 places. Perhaps Andy wants to make a final statement before the checkered flag comes out. We'll have one more flying lap after this one. As Casper Daniel got his bike out again, but he'll be riding cautiously now to see whether his bike is still working okay. So for Andy, he's pushing hard. Nice and neat over the bumps. Confidently steers into, I think that's turn 11 with the rear. To that open, fast final turn, turn 14, as he crosses the line. And he stops the clock. That's now his best time. He's still 1:35.059. Last chance for him. Aslan Shah's been sitting comfortably in P3. He's cruising at the moment, unlike his teammate on your screen now, Marcus Reiterberger. Best time so far for him, 1:33.88, the only rider in the 1:33s. As he spits flames out of the back of that BMW. Zakwan Zaidi charging too. There's some pride, some psychology at stake here as we come towards the closing stages of FP2 for the ASB 1000s. Zakwan's got Marcus behind him. But an error there from Marcus, so his best time will for this session be 1:33.88 because the checkered flag is out. Puts a cautionary hand up as Yuki Ito flashes past. Reiterberger just keeping himself out of the way. Still running the hard front and the hard rear. That's worked okay. Yuki Ito pushing as he crosses the line for the final time. No improvement for him, however. Reiterberger over the line. Kosuke over the line. And we're treated to some autumn flowers. So here are the results confirmed. Marcus Reiterberger, fastest in that session, 1:33.88. Zakwan Zaidi next up, just half a second back from him. In third place with that late charge was Andy Farid Izdihar, 134.553. He just moved Aslan Shah from third down to fourth. Aslan's best 134.5. Kazma Daniel, we saw crash late in the session, was fifth. Sixth, Yuki Ito. Seventh, Lachlan Ipis. And eighth, Kosuke Sakamoto. Ninth, Chen Hongyan. And 10th, though he missed a lot of that session, Jackwit Swangsuat. And no times, no participation in that session for Tioyu Zhou, whose bike is still being repaired, and for Osama Mare, who we believe is not at Zhuhai.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely...
All right, we're down here with Mr. Rohan, one of the officials that we have here for ARRC. So we want to ask, for this round tomorrow, the Underbones will have a different qualifying session than usual. Could you tell us more about it?
Yes, Daniel. This time from round 4 onwards, we have 2 qualifying 1 and qualifying 2, which is the best practice time of practice 1 and practice 2 will be combined. And from there, the top 12 will automatically go to qualifying 2, and from 13 to 25 will be in qualifying 1. And from there, qualifying 2, the top 2 from qualifying 1 will join the top 12 of the qualifying 2 for the Super Pole. So we have like 2 qualifying now, and we have separated it for 10 minutes. And this is because of we find out that the riders are doing many in Mandalika, as you saw, so we cut them short for the qualifying so they have a better time. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the update. Can't wait to see how it goes.
All right.
Welcome back to Zhuhai International Circuit. We're on track for the second free practice session of the Underbone 150s, and we just heard in the break a useful interview with Rohan from Race Direction about changes to the Underbone qualifying, which used to see a qualifying session in the afternoon on Fridays, and then have a 15-rider shootout on Saturday morning. Now it's changed. So Daniel, what do you make of that and the reasons for it?
Yeah, I think it's a great move from Race Direction. I think putting two qualifying to qualifying 1 and 2 gives riders more incentive to actually push on for practice 1, practice 2. So in this session, they will be looking for the best times because the top 12 will head straight into Q2. The rest, they will have to battle it out in Q1. So it will be an interesting one. Here already we have some riders waiting. So this is the situation that we're trying to avoid by having Q2 and Q1. Yeah. So we have less riders in each qualifying session, and it allows us for a bit more action. You can see.
Yeah, Wawanwelo getting frustrated there. Come on, guys.
Yeah, he's just saying, stop messing around, let's just get on with it. We'll all be bunched up sooner or later.
Yeah, but at somewhat higher speed. Yeah, I like the, in a nerdy way, I enjoyed Superpole because you could, see the absolute purity of it, of the rider and machine alone on the circuit. But I think the Q1, Q2, it's already being used by TVS, and it's familiar from MotoGP and other championships. I think it works well and makes a lot of sense to introduce it here.
Yeah, I think it's shown so far that it works well with the TVS. We've had that since the start of them joining us. So it's a great format. I think we've seen it implemented in other championships as well. So it works very well. I wouldn't be surprised if the different categories get filled up a bit more on the grid, that we might have that adopted into the 250s or 600s or 1000s. But for now, I think it's not necessary yet. So for the Underbone class, it's quite a significant change, but I think it's quite welcomed by all the riders. It's going to bring some great action.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. What do you think the riders think of it?
Yeah, I think they shouldn't be too disturbed by it. I think all they'll have to do now is make sure that they set a good time in practice 2. So there's no time for mucking about. They have to get on with it. So I think that will be the challenge as well. So they have to get a setup done by practice 1, and in practice 2 you have to be at least 90-95% happy with your setup, so you get a good timing coming in. Because the other factor would be if you have to fight in Q1 to Q2, you really have to battle twice. So oof.
Yeah, that's not good news for Fahmi Bassam.
He seems really unhappy with something that happened off camera, so let's see if we get a replay of what exactly happened there. For now, we continue on with the action. We saw charging Akid Aziz there behind the two 1XX machines.
First one of those is Shafiq, and
that's Nur Hakim with him.
Hakim, yeah. Oof. Oh, and Akid not waiting for them. Off he goes, the number 13 on the... still wondering about this colour, this light blue. It's really nice, light blue actually. Cardinals machine of Akid Aziz.
That straight line speed has just brought Akid straight to the top, 158.612. And see, that was just a combination of Akid being a really small fit lad, but the Cardinals bike as well being such a strong machine.
Yeah.
That pairing is just really, really good. And for those, any fans of Akid or just fans of Underbone racing in general, you see here Akid tucking in, but I beg of you, check out photos of Akid in his domestic races. You'll never see him tucking in, and he wins races by just sitting up. It's absolutely hilarious.
Really.
it's completely funny. Kasma had a bit of a joke with him, showing how to actually tuck in, because he was wondering, do you ever tuck in? But this time around, we do see him actually tucking in.
Yeah, he's got Fazrul Sham for company. And Hakim, as you said. And now we're off with another of the FIM bikes. That is that Murabil?
I think it might have been Murabil. I saw one at the front of it. I didn't see the other numbers.
Probably Murabil Vitani then.
Oh, it's unfortunate for the Elephant team. 2 riders off in practice too, so they'll have to get those bikes running quickly. We've got 22 minutes to get it fixed up. So remember, the top 12 will head straight into Q2. The rest will have to battle it out from 13th to 25th.
Yeah, that will intensify things, and you can see already some intensity coming in here. So the formula could be working already, and the number 50 there, replacement for the injured Izzat Zaidi, the hugely experienced and well-regarded Afif Amran, coming into Cardinals.
Afif as well. He looked strong in practice 1, so he'll be finding his way around. Right now, he's 5th already. So, but look at that time by Akid. Everyone's improving, but that one lap that he did, a 1:58.612. It's a bit early to call this, but it seems like that might just be enough for him to have secured a spot in Q2.
You'd think so, because it was only Waiuaji that got into the 158s in FP1, and he was a mile clear of the rest. Yeah, almost 1.4 seconds faster than anyone else. So yeah, that would appear to be his passport for Q2.
Ascon San Luang's having a good session so far. He's running in 6th. Bapanlu Bumpeng in 9th. Nazrul Izzat, the championship leader, he's in 10th.
Saw April King in there. He was pretty quiet earlier. April King Moscado. He was 19th in FP1. We know he's better than that. So far, where is he? April King.
According to our lap times, timing screen so far, April King hasn't set a lap time yet, so this...
Perhaps he's only just come out then.
This might be his first flying lap.
Zeke Farouz, another really quick rider. Not the most consistent, but a really quick rider. Nazrul currently down in 11th. April King just moved up to 10th, so it could be that he's just come out. And there is Hafisa Rofa. Strong session from him so far. Sitting P3, and looks like stand-in for Fazli Sham. Hakim is going well too.
And Hakim currently sitting in 19th, so he's trying to find his way around. Could try and use the help of Hafiza behind him actually for a bit of a tow. Now Waiuaji as well, he's just come out to start his session. Again, these gaps in timing look quite large, but it's just simply because Akid's blistering time of 1:58.612 has just gave himself a 1.2 seconds gap between himself and Fazrul Sham in 2nd. So for now, there's Nur Hakim. He has let Hafiza pass, which I think is the wise decision. Go behind your more experienced teammate. He's currently one of the fastest riders on the grid.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And he's due a good result too. 1 win to his name, but that was 5 rounds ago in Buriram.
Yeah, the thing I love about Hafiza, he's just such an intelligent rider. In practice and qualifying, you can see he's always scheming something. He's always finding a way to get the best advantage that he can. He's very similar to Nazriel, I would say, especially in the race. He finds himself in the right position in the group, plans the moment to take the lead, and when he does, you know that he's got the best drive and he will reach the end.
Yeah, I remember a round when he just appeared from nowhere out of the pack and won at Sepang last year.
That was on his wildcard debut as well. It was unbelievable.
So a bit of half-time pit stopping going on here. Quiet session for Nazriel, the championship leader, the convincing championship leader. Currently 12th, 3.5 seconds down. He was third in this morning's session, 1:59.852. But we never need to doubt that Nazriel's got something at hand to take him into the top handful. And April King starting to show well too. It's getting quieter out there from what we can hear. I think that's a Kid Aziz. So the centre right of your picture. I think that's his bike in there. Yeah, both the Cardinals' bikes are in. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like the majority have gone back into pit lane. So we expect that there will be some setup changes, and in a few minutes, well, probably about. Typically, we've seen it down the bones. They leave it quite late, sometimes too late. But one thing I think that's smart from 1xx right now, they're going out as a trio, and they're going to help each other find the better positions. I think this is a properly wise decision with 15 minutes remaining. Because we've seen it a few times this season. They just leave it until the moment that there's only about 4 minutes left, and by that time you can realistically only get one proper hot lap in. If it's not that lap, you haven't improved.
Yeah. And after what looked like a little on-track discussion, it's Hafiza who goes to the front of that group.
Yeah, they were using the virtual walkie-talkies there. So this is the trio of Hafiza Rofa, Shafiq Rasool, and Nur Hakim. Exactly in that order as well. Shafiq Rasool just looking around. Don't think he's realized that it's pretty much just the three of them, but they're letting Hafiza run away with it for now.
Maybe there was something wrong with the virtual walkie-talkies. They seem to be coming back into line now.
It was on the wrong channel in that moment.
Well, anything can happen over these bumps.
Yeah, here they come now. 3 1xx TKKR riders. Hafiza there looking back. You can see it's really just Hafiza trying to help his teammates. The best scenario for them is to get all 3 riders into Q2 straight away. That would be an absolute win for them already.
Yep, that's it. And it does, we haven't got the screens to tell us, but it does seem as though those are the only 3 bikes on track, and they're cooking up a plan. So going to start a flying lap now. Hafiza at the front, followed by Hakim, followed by Shafiq.
See the aggression there from Hafiza. He looks really comfortable here so far. If I'm saying, this is also his first time in Zhuhai. Was he here in another?
I think he's done another championship here.
Yeah. I think probably must have been 2018 or 2019 perhaps.
Yeah, although a lot of them have said, well, basically it's so long ago they need to start again with this track, but he's winding it on now a little bit.
You can see even with that slipstream, he's give himself a bit of a gap between Shafiq and Hakim. Let's see what they do on this lap. It's just the three of them riding together. Looks almost like formation flying from jets.
Yep, so the top gun is Hafisa. And it looks like they'll get another flyer in before everybody else finishes their cup of tea and comes back out again.
Here we come now. There, Shafiq also using the slipstream and gets past Hafiza. So the plan working as planned for them so far.
Just looking at that that wide line on that first sort of double right-hander that they encounter after, and here come everybody else.
Yeah, busload coming out of pit lane now.
Yeah, the small matter of another 22 bikes joining the track at the same time. So good move from these guys.
This might be decent. Oh, it is quite decent for Shafiq. He goes up into 10th, but for Hakim, somewhere it fell short for him. He's still in 19th. So they will have one more go at it, but they will have traffic now on track.
Yeah, they're a good distance ahead, I think, for now. I think they've got at least another lap to themselves.
Yeah, so long as we don't have another traffic light scenario, I think they will have enough room.
Yeah. I sometimes wonder what the scriptwriter for race direction does for this slow lapping that goes on race after race. There is a championship leader. Nazarul is that. He's not looking for company at the moment. So it seems like they all came out together and now they're trying to find some space. So Nazarul, yeah, he's found himself some room on the track. He's got Haziq behind him. And who's that behind Haziq? Is that one of the JRTs?
I think that's the SCK bikes. I think that's Petragon.
Right, and all of them come into the pits anyway.
That would be aiding the 1x2X team. Just wondering where on track they are now.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch more riders coming back to pit lane now. So now this is what it looks like down the front straight from turn 1. I think that's one of the Cardinals bikes that's just come across as well. And there's a 1x2X trio, I believe it is. Oh no, that's not.
Or is it? Are they all mixed up with the others? No?
Yeah, Fiza Rofa has come across, so yeah, it is the other, yeah.
Manuelo leading that first group through, but yeah, the 1XOX bikes are all mixed up with the gaggle now. Pirapong leading that group into turn 1 and turn 2. So it looks as though they're going to be going for fast laps based on slipstream, because most of those riders are staying together. Akid Aziz still got that yawning gap at the front. And Ahmad Fazrul Sham having another good outing. He's been in second place for a while. Hafisa looking quite secure in third. Juan Manuelo, as we got used to, is always somewhere there. And there are the number 23, number 22, 4S1M machines of Gupita Krishna and John Emerson in Guito, running in tandem as well. they've got Afif Amran, who's standing in for Izzat Zaidi just in front of them. And the number 111 machine of, I think that's Nguyen Hutri. Still some slow bikes there, but staying off the line. It's really not a pretty sight though. Gupita looking around. More than half that group. Looks like they're peeling off into pit lane. So a lot of time in the pits for a lot of these bikes. They're trying some tactics under this new qualifying regime. Some of those tactics are probably going to need revising as they get used to it. TKKR have taken a different approach, and that has given them Hafisa in 3rd, Shafiq Rasol in 10th. Hasn't been good enough for Noor Hakim. He's down in somewhere between 15 and 20. Coming straight through pit lane, led by the team One for All bike of Pirapong Louis Boon Peng, his teammate. Pascorn is behind him. 2 Thai riders in a Japanese team. So 6 minutes remaining, and these riders are looking for, given the number of riders in this, number of entries for this race at 25, that means the cut-off point for Q2 is P12. Looking for any riders that might be surprisingly below that cut-off point. Yeah, Nazarul Izzat. He's 13th, although he won't stay there. April King is the one holding up that group. Araya Gaska, the young Indonesian, is up into 13th. Him and April King are both 3.4 seconds adrift as Pirapong gesticulating to Pascorn behind him, the senior to the junior. Not sure whether he wants him to come past or to follow at a respectful distance. There's some bit of debris lying on the track there, but it's not, doesn't seem to be anybody's way. There goes Pascorn. As they swoop into that fast open last corner, Pascorn ducks down behind the screen. Pirapong slipstreams past him. No change in the top few, no significant change. Nazarul is in 14th now. Intriguing stuff. With 4 minutes remaining, we're staying with these two team One for All bikes. Pirapong currently in 11th. Pascorn currently in 7th. So the less experienced rider in a better position, but both within that crucial Q2 cutoff point. Afif Amran having a good return to underbones. He's currently 6th. Very familiar rider, but in this time as a substitute for Izzat Zaidi. Wayuaji Trelaksana, the FP1 winner, is now in P2. So it's a kid. Wayuaji, Fazrul Sham, Hafisa Rofa now down to 4th. Wawanwelo, 2nd in the championship, 5th. 2.5 minutes remaining, so that means 2 laps for some of these, as those two Team One for All riders, Pirapong and Pascorn, continue to work together. Now, I didn't see the number on the front of that TKKR machine, but there's some serious business there. Wawanwelo's at the front, and that is Hafisa Rofa on the TKKR machine. And they've got Nguyen Hu Tri just behind them. So this could be a useful bit of chasing for the Vietnamese, Hu Tri. Hafisa just trying to break away from them. Wawanwelo might be just dropping back and hoping for one fast last lap. Hafisa sits up. Nobody looking as though they're really got their business heads on. Wayuaji Trelaksana going through there, the number 60. He's already safe for sure. Let's watch the timing screen as this gaggle come across the line. This time it's Gupita holding up the cut-off point, so he's in 12th, just ahead of Pascorn. Giancarlo Maurizio is up into 10th. Nazrul Izzat is up into 9th. Afif Amran has dropped to 8th. But Akiz, Wayu and Fazrul are clear and safe. Best lap for Wayuaji Trelaksana, 159.361 compared to 158.244. An absolute stormer of a lap he pulled in the late stages of free practice 1 this morning. Akid, we've got some movement on the timing screen as well as on the track, but it is Akid as is staying at the top. Wawanwelo ahead of Giancarlo Maurizio. There is the number 60, the 2022 champion Wayuaji Trelaksana. Might even pay him to hold up the riders behind him. I don't think that's what he's got in mind. And the number 43 there is April King Moscado, and down go two bikes. That's the number 61 of Cheryl Shazras, and the other one is one of the UMA machines. That might have been April King. Wayuaji goes through safe and clear. No, April King, there he is. He's battling in the front group. Giancarlo Maurizio goes across. And it looks like Nazrul might just have qualified for qualifying 2 tomorrow morning. So there's the bikes of Cheryl Shazras and the number 27 of Giancarlo Maurizio. There's Giancarlo right in the middle of your screen, the number 27. Didn't see what clipped him there. But the back wheel was caught and down they went. A hard tumble, but not too serious. So the championship leader, Nazrul Izzat, just scrapes into qualifying 2 for tomorrow morning's session. Kind of hazy but bright skies above us. So let's take a look at those results. Akid Aziz, an absolutely convincing performance at the top, 158.6. Waiwaji Trilaksana with a late stormer of a lap, as he did in the previous session, came through to finish second. Ahmed Fazrul Sham, been good all day, he was third. Fourth, Hafiz Arofa, good session from him and from his teammate Shafiq Rizal, who was fifth. Waman Wello sixth, April King Moscado, better from him in seventh, and Fahmi Bassam in eighth. Ninth, Araya Gaska for LFN. Haziq Hamdan was 10th for Estremo Yuzi Honda. Afif Amran, good session for the returning Malaysian in 11th. 12th, Nazrul Izzat, the cut-off point. Giancarlo Maurizio, he'll be in Q1 tomorrow. Pascual San Luang, 14th. 15th, Gupita Krishna. 16th, Pirapong Lui Bun Peng. Nora Kim in 17th. 18th, Cheryl Shazras, one of the late crashers. 19th, Izam Ikmal. 20th, Haziq Farouz. 21st, John Emerson Inguito. 22nd, Pacharagon. So some very fast riders are going to have to step up and shoot out for the top 2 spots in qualifying 1 tomorrow. 23rd was Nguyen Antoine, his compatriot. Nguyen Hutri was 24th. And surprise, surprise, Murabil Vitoni was 25th. So we're going to, before the next session, which will be TVS, we're going to go and have a word with Vorapong Malawan, the championship leader and the project leader for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Daniel is with him now.
So we're down here at the TVS Asia One Make paddock with none other than Vorapong. So Vorapong, last 4 races of this season and only 8 points in the lead right now. We've had the first practice session. How do you feel after that one?
The first practice is, I ever been here is 13 years ago. Everything is forgot it. And the track layer is almost like all is new for me. I need to step by step and need to improve for section by section. Because it's the championship point, I am the leader, but not much. This is the situation is different for last year. Big difference.
Yeah, it's quite different, but definitely for this season, the competition is much tighter. It's much harder for you this time around, but the title will only be decided in Buriram. How do you feel about that?
The first one, I looking for race by race, and Pan 2 is getting the point and protect my leading standing point, because it's the last round I just only 1 point for leading, but now it's better situation, 8 point now, and I hope this race make me more easy than with the last round, and surely in the Buriram is the home race. I need to take a race as possible for me.
Thank you so much, Vorapong. Good luck for this weekend. And now we're going to go to the new wildcard, Zoran Jiang. So, Zoran, it's your first time joining ARRC, right?
Yes.
It's your first time joining this championship, right?
Yes, this is my first time to join the ARRC competitions.
Could you tell us, introduce yourself a bit to the fans and tell us about your experience in racing?
Yes, thank you, my fans, to come here to support me, and I hope this race, all the riders can finish the games safely. Yes, thank you very much.
Definitely. And last but not least, after practice 1 this morning, how do you feel so far about the TVS machinery?
Yes, this is my first time to drive this bike, and I try my best to adapt to the bike. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend. Back to you, Barry.
Thank you very much.
Good to hear from the Chinese wildcard, and it is great to see him in this competition. They have been managing riders in and out of this series as we've gone along, and it's really good. And some of the riders have stuck, like Hiroki Ono, who is now really changing the shape of the championship, despite only having been here for 2 rounds so far. This is his 3rd. So as it says there, the championship battle is pretty much neck and neck. Vorapong does have an advantage, but he's got the other riders crawling all over him. We saw really good performances from Ramdan and Muzakir this morning, as well as Hiroki Ono. Dekitiano Aldi was a little quiet this morning, so we need to see a little more from him, but we know what the young Indonesian is capable of. And they will be back on track for their 2nd free practice session very soon. So there you can see the point situation. Vorapong on 126. Ramdan Rosley just 8 points behind on 118. 6 points further back is Deki, and Muzakir another 4 points back. So really, those 4 are going to fight for the championship. And looking down to 7th, Hiroki Ono is going to take points from the other riders. Those 4 riders that are competing for the championship, they're going to lose points to Hiroki Ono. So it's going to be an intriguing weekend. Piawat Patumios, who has had, in some ways, a disappointing year, but he was really quick today, so he could have a say in what happens tomorrow as well. So what we've got left today is, after TVS Asia 1 make, we've got 1 more session for each of the AP250, Supersport 600 and ASB 1000s. And as soon as we've got the combined practice times for Underbone 150s, we'll confirm the Q1 and Q2 who will be in the Q2 session tomorrow and who by default will be in Q1. There you have it. That's the 4 sessions remaining for today. We'll be wrapping up at 17:30 local time. And time in China is GMT plus 8 hours. Riders due out on track in just a moment, so we're just going to take no, we're not. We're just going to take a quick drink, but no, we won't. We will go back to the glorious panorama with the modern buildings in the foreground and the ancient mountains in the background. And of course, this Zhuhai circuit, very well maintained. It's quite an old circuit, around 30 years old, but very well maintained. And we guess that the track surface is getting more amenable to these riders. So it's been warm all day. Probably the track temperature is 40 to 45. I speak as someone who hasn't been outside since about 7 o'clock this morning, but I'm guessing, and I'm looking at the heat haze coming off, and the ambient temperature outside is also, looks to me like, as an expert, like 28 degrees. So let's look at these TVS Apache RR310s as they come out on track. That's Arshad Rushdie, who's leading the way. Number 8 just gone through is the sole Filipino in this class, Kuan Ainz Chang. And the number 15 there is Chirant Vishwanath, one of the Indian riders. TVS is, of course, one of the major, I think they're number 2, Indian motorcycle manufacturers. Number 4 going through there was the fastest of the Indian riders this morning. That's Kewai Ahmed. We're just staying there for a little while with Arshad, who gave us a good interview yesterday, because I questioned him about his undoubted speed and also the fact that he fades later in the race, and there's one rider off already. I can't see from the back who that is. Can't see the number, but we can see a black helmet. Is that a number 5? Oh, no, it's not. Let's see. Anyway, no damage done. We stay with Arshad Rushdie, the Singaporean. Happy to be here. He's currently, let me just confirm, but I think he's 8th in the championship. Ninth in the championship. You can expect him to qualify well. And just going back to what he said in the interview yesterday, he was saying his style does tend to knock out the tyres early. So he's been watching riders who have a smoother style, and he name-checked Ramdan Rosley as a rider whose style he's trying to emulate, as that will work better for him. That wouldn't be a bad move, because as well as being silky smooth, Ramdan was very quick this morning, ending up, I think, 2nd fastest. Just looking for the results from free practice 1 now. No, he was fastest, Ramdan Rosley. And the lap time was 1:48.175. So these TVS machines on this fast stop-and-go type circuit at Zhuhai, these bikes are about 3 seconds a lap quicker than the AP250s. It's a comparison we've been making since the series launched, which was at round 2 in 2022. At the front of that group there is the rider with the number 1 plate, the defending champion, the championship leader, with a new lime green helmet design, Orapong Malahuan. New haircut too, I noticed. And behind him he's got Darampop Tongyoy, the Thai rider, and Chirant Vishwanath. Other bikes to look for are the numbers 10, which is Ramdan, and 11, which is Muzakia. They were both really quick. They finished in 1st and 3rd this morning. I just wondered about the riding style that Muzakia was showing, which was a lot of sliding of the bike, whether that might put him at a disadvantage in terms of tyre wear. They get 2 sets of tyres per race. Number 2 there is Dekitiano. one of the 4 realistic championship contenders. He's done a 151.8, which is about a second and a half faster than his best effort this morning. So Deki is finding his mojo. The first 4 places are occupied by the more experienced riders. Hiroki Ono has gone to number 1. Ramdan Rosli just 27 hundredths behind him. Vorapong 1.7 seconds back from Hiroki Ono, and Musakia another 0.5 slower than Vorapong. So a little bit spaced out at the top, but the advantage with the more experienced riders. Deki currently in 5th, and KY Ahmed, who's running number 4, in number 6. And once again, the fastest Indian rider. So Hiroki Ono has looked, since he came into this championship, it was at his home round at Sugo, where he did look really dominant. A DNF robbed him really of a double win. Comes through really aggressively but smoothly in that last turn. Does he improve? Not that time. That was a little slower for him. He's got Piawat, number 13. A rider that could, if not win the championship, could certainly have a say in it by finishing in the podium. He's only scored 1 podium this year, Piawat. That was the 2nd place. Musakia has gone to the top now, and he's got 0.36 of a second on Hiroki Ono, and now it's the turn of Musakia to run off. Well, he's got a bit of time to do it. So with, I think, 16 riders here, Jagan Kumar is on the timing screen, but not out, and I do believe he's not racing this weekend. And Miu Nakahara is also on the list, but I believe she's not here either. So that would be 15 riders. So they do the Q1, Q2 qualifying. So it will be, the cutoff will be the fastest 7 will go through to Q2, plus the fastest 2 riders in Q1. Handout there for Hiroki Ono. He wants Ramdan to go past as he pulls into the pits. Ramdan Rosli improves, moves himself up into 3rd. Best lap of 149.036. Best time this morning was 148.1. Ramdan eases off. That's Rusman Fadil, the Indonesian. Indonesian from the island of Papua, to be precise. The top 5 at the moment are Musakia, Hiroki, Ramdan, Piawat and Darren Pobb, the tie. Vorapong is in 6th. KY Ahmed 7th. Ramdan there has got Razman Fadil for company. Rusman went well at Mandalika in round 4. Scoring a P6 and a P7. But the riders here spaced out and perhaps looking for help at the moment. Muzakir is at the top. Best time 1:48.597. The Q1 and Q2 positions will be done on combined times. So this time is his best of the day. And there's Ramdam, number 10, 1:49.036. That's not his best time of the day. So at the moment he's carrying the time that he recorded this morning for qualifying purposes. But I don't think there's any danger to either Muzakir or Ramdan, and of course to Hiroki Ono, of not qualifying for, not being able to go straight through to qualifying 2. Ramdan there, tipping into turn 9. Up and then back over onto the left for turn 10. And then blasting up to the loop that is effectively turn 11 and turn 12. Over to the left and into this nice, open, fast, perfect line through there for Ramdan Rosley. Nice and smooth, as his admirers have been saying. Not his fastest lap, but another decent one. Ramdan's definitely going to be a force for the race. And don't be confused by the number 22 on the back of his helmet. 22 is the new 10. As we just saw briefly, Jiang Joran. That's him, number 19. He's got number 14, Darren Pobb, just in front of him. He's making a good go of it, first time out on these machines, and they are, as many people have observed now, many of the riders have commented, they're much more like race bikes than road bikes. And they are kind of a limited edition for the Apache R310, with lots of carbon fiber bodywork, extra power in the engine. High compression 310cc single cylinder BMW engines being tamed by ARRC ECUs. Hiroki Ono still in P2. Ramdan Rosley is 3rd currently. Take a look at Jiang Joran again if we can. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, he looks good. He's doing the right thing. He's following some good riders. Right now he's got Rusman Fadil in front of him. I suspect this is Rusman's first visit to Zhuhai as well. But Jiang looks like he's got plenty of potential. So he's on a 152 now. He's almost 0.8 of a second faster than he was this morning, so making good progress. And Rosman just went wide there, but no harm done. Puffing up some dust. Dekichono Aldi is 3 seconds adrift in P9. Taiyo Sato, another really fast rider, is in 12th and only just ahead of Jiang Duran. So you can see the challenges that Jiang is facing and overcoming. So the first 4 are split by less than 0.7 of a second. That's Muzakia, Hiroki Ono, Ramdan Rosley and Piawat. And we should have 2 more flying laps. On aggregate, the difference between the lap times now and this morning is negligible, although different riders are on different times, but the speed is basically the same. They came out late in the morning session, so the track conditions are probably quite similar. Nice shot there of Jiang Duran. I do believe this is being live streamed on WeChat, so if you're listening to the English version, I hope you're enjoying this view of a promising young Chinese rider. Looks like he's going to come into the pits this time around, and that will finish his session because it's only 30 seconds until the checkered flag comes out. And Darren Pobb looks like he's going to go in there as well. Hiroki Ono is back up into first. So let's see as the seconds tick down whether there'll be any change at the top. Those front riders are pushing hard. There is Piawat. There is Hiroki Ono across the line. There is no change that time around. See if there'll be any change in the order between Muzakia and Ramdan. Another bike coming through in the distance. Nothing jumps on the timing screens that time either. Good performance from Darren Pobb. He finished 6th. There's a late run there from the rider you can see just tipping into turn 1 there. That's Foropong Malahuan, the defending champion. He moved himself up into 5th, although it has to be said 2 seconds adrift of Hiroki Ono. Hiroki has a 0.847 advantage over Muzakia, but let's have a look at the results to confirm the positions. Zhuhai, you can see, still under construction. New buildings, cranes, but still some greenery. Nicely balanced. Hiroki Ono is the fastest rider in that session, 147.75. Was Zakir Mohammed, another good session from him, 148.597. Ramdan Rosli was third, just behind him, and Piawat Patumios fourth. Warapon Malohan with a late charge came through to fifth. Darren Poptongyor, his compatriot, was sixth. Seventh, Arshad Rushdie with a 150.618. KY Ahmed again, the fastest of the Indian riders in this championship. And in ninth was Dekichano Aldi, one of the championship contenders. Tayo Seto was 10th, 152 for him. Jiang Duran, nice session from him. He was 11th on a 152.088. Kuan Eins Chang was 12th. Chirant Vishwanath was 13th. Rizman Fadil 14th. Fugo Tanaka 15th. And there are no times, and I think no presents actually, on behalf of Jagan Kumar and Miyu Nakahara. So we're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, we will be with the AP 250s for their third and final session of the day. That's coming up at 3:30, so in about 7 minutes from now. Stay with us. You're watching day one of round 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Thank you for staying with us, people. We are back for the third and final free practice session for the AP250 class today. We are here at Zhuhai International Circuit and happy to be back in the People's Republic of China for the first time in 4 years. We are here for round 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We've got a bunch of Chinese wildcards in this class for us, and a regular rider, and 2 regular riders actually, of whom Ni Tian performed particularly well in, I think it was free practice 2. But we'll see more of these guys as we go. But on your screen now is the number 73 machine, which is one of the wildcards, Gao Ang. So he's found himself some space on the track. We can imagine that he knows Zhuhai International Circuit pretty well. Because of the particular regulations of this class, it's not that easy to come in as a wild card. And here's another gaggle coming out here, led by Muqtada Sarapurch. She missed the first session. She was quiet by her standards in P2. But let's go back to the Chinese rider on your screen now. There he is, Gao Ang, for Clover Racing Team.
Yeah, this Clover Racing Team looks very well prepped. I was just looking at their paddock, and yeah, they look really well equipped. It's really great to see more Chinese representatives in ARRC.
Yeah, it's difficult to get a feel for the status of motorcycle racing in China. It feels like there isn't much really. They're very plugged into team sports like basketball in particular. But there is surely a big niche for motorsport in a population of 1.4 billion people. So I hope they're tuning in. We are live streaming on WeChat. So I'd be very pleased if some of our Chinese friends and fans are watching or listening to us there. And some nice screen time there for Gao Ang.
It's a good looking bike, this, the Clover green, white and black, very distinct, and yeah, that fluorescent orange suit just topping it off.
Yeah, it does look well prepped, and the writing on the back kind of reminded me of the effect on the side of the helicopter. It just might be me imagining it, but
yeah, it does look, it does remind you of that.
Yeah, so there is number 193, that is Nguyen Duc Tan, and he's got Kevin Kintal just behind him, the Honda Racing India rider.
Yeah, Kevin had a decent start in Buriram, just struggled to find the extra pace going into the later rounds. So we hope to see him finding some pace this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was good that we got evidence of how big motorcycle racing is in India recently when MotoGP went to Bud Circuit. And a good, a really world-class Indian rider will emerge at some point. Just leading the group behind them is the evergreen Zhuhai Chemsat, who's doing a stand-in job this role. He's for East NJT. He's a mentor, coach, stand-in rider, and he's pretty good on the spanners too. So an awesome guy to have on your side, absolutely. There's Jakrapat, number 20 for Honda Racing Thailand. He's had a decent day so far. And the second free practice session. He did a 151.7. This is one of his teammates, Tanat, number 11. Now, somebody's made a mistake here. It's either me or the timekeepers. No, it's the timekeepers. Number 20 is Jakrapat, and number 11 is Tanat Longpliao. And there is Muqtada, looking characteristically aggressive.
It's easy to spot Muqtada from the 3.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. She's all action. She leaves absolutely nothing in pit lane.
Here's Muqtada now. Currently the fastest time in the session, 152.308 by Muqtada. Cal Vietnam keeping them company in this group.
Yep, he's had a good day too. Cal Vietnam. He was 5th in FP2 with a 151.8, so very decent time from him. And there goes the said helicopter up above.
Oof, some aggressive riding there. Couldn't catch who that was, but I think it was the other Honda Thailand rider as well.
Yeah, they swept through. There was an error there, I think, from Muqtada, and now she's got, I think that's Irfan Ardiancia for company.
Well, Irfan just blows past.
Yeah, they're probably the 2 feistiest riders in this category.
For now we just follow Muqtada as well as the timings of Tanat Longpliao and Irfan Ardiancia. Irfan though making good headway, but Muqtada catching right up behind Irfan.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. Kawasaki versus Honda.
Got 3 different manufacturers, first, second, and third. Got Jakrapat on the Honda Thailand, Irfan Ardiancia on Kawasaki, Fairuzi Toritakula on Honda Racing Indonesia on third.
Yeah, as we were saying this morning, it's we're so happy to see the Yamahas being competitive in this class, and really looking forward to what happens this weekend. Just flashed on your screen was Liu Chun Mei. I think Liu Chun Mei is with the East NJT team. Liu Chun Mei is from Chinese Taipei. Jakrapat into the mid-51s to lead the way for now. Ten minutes have just elapsed. So it's Jakrapat, Irfan, Fairuzi. So as Daniel said, although this is in a slightly different order now, Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha. And then Herjun, currently 4th, Cal Vietnam 5th. Herjun and Razor both carrying rev cuts. The rev cuts come in when you are 50 or more points ahead of the rider 5 places below you. Sorry, the rider in 5th position. So Jakrapat clear of that group. Muqtada and Cal Vietnam riding side by side, and there is the familiar sight of the formation flying of Astra Honda. Veda Ega Pratama, Virgin Atna at the front, and that's Reza Danica at the back. A little tumble for him early in free practice 1 today, but Reza doing a decent job. He was 3rd in FP2, and we know how well he goes in the race. He has got a rev disadvantage. Of those 3 riders, it's only Veda Ega who's not carrying one of those. He's just pulled into the pits. Yeah.
It's not been the easiest round so far for Harjanatna.
No, I think this is his first time with a rev cut, so it's interesting. The last 3 races, so that means in Sugo and in Mandalika, he won. And looked very much the form rider, but when these equalising regulations come in, they do have an effect, as intended. But while we were talking, Ferozi has put his Indonesian Yamaha at the top with a 150.576. Is that the fastest time we've seen today? Let me check. It was faster than FP2. Yep, that's the best time of the day for Ferozi Torokatula, the only time in the 150s, and it's pretty convincing. He's 8/10 faster than Muqtada. Chakrapat is just behind his teammate, sorry. Irfan 4th, Cal Vietnam holding up really well in 5th. There is okay, with Aiki Ioshi now. Oh, and Irfan has overcooked it somewhere along the line. So he's in the gravel. Not quite at the halfway point in this session, so if the marshals can drag him out and the bike hasn't toppled over, then maybe he'll be able to get back and have more to say in this session. Meanwhile, his teammate Aiki Yoshi, head down, best time for him 152.5, so that's 2 seconds slower than the best time so far. Irfan Haikal, 41, going through there, just ahead of Aiki.
Yeah, Aiki looked quite happy. I think he knows that they did a decent job in practice 1 and practice 2, but definitely be looking for more. So now the Kawasaki's, especially in the hands of Irfan, it's been going around well.
Yeah, Irfan was in 250s last time we were here and got 1 or 2 podiums. Let me check my scribblings. But yeah, he 2 third places. Sorry, qualified third in race 1, 2nd in race 2. Anyway, we know he's good. He's been up into 600s. He was with Astra Honda back then, of course. And now he's in 250s with Motor Sniper.
For now, one rider who's lacking a bit this time around is Wahyu Nugroho. Wahyu's all the way down in 11th, 1.993 seconds away from Ferozi, his teammates, in 1st.
Yeah, that's interesting. They were close in FP1, FP2, all the way through.
It's possible Wahyu tried a different setup and it's just not working well for him right now. Because it is quite the contrast compared to what we saw earlier.
Yeah. And as you were saying earlier, getting the balance here right, where you've got bumps, you've got really hard braking on this stop and go type circuit. It is difficult to get right.
And a beautiful golden sunshine gracing the track currently.
Yeah, the effect on the bikes is real. On the camera work on the bikes is really nice.
Now Vidaiga going across. He's the best of the Astra Honda riders, but then I think that would be due to the rev cut. That would be a huge factor for Arjun and Reza. You see that 7th and 8th.
Yeah, so his job in the team will be to take points away from the challenges for the championship. And if you weren't listening earlier, we were just talking about Vidaiga having missed round 4 because he was away on other duties. So he's not in close title contention, despite being actually third in the championship. But it's a really tight tussle between Herjun and Reza. There goes Muqtada, bike moving around a lot. She's riding quite loose, as we often see her. Chakrapat has just gone past her, possibly. Muqtada's having a good old look around. She wants some space to do her thing and let her teammates go. So here come Chakrapat, followed by Tanat to cross the line again. Let's see if they make a difference this time around. Doesn't look like it, no. Decent pace in the 151s. There is Reza Danica.
Yeah, it looks like for a second there, it looked like Kiao Vietnam had just gone to the top, but just a slight glitch on the
yeah, that's happened a few times, yeah.
Took me by surprise for a second, but yeah, for now, it looks like this is really playing into the hands of Honda Thailand and Yamaha Racing Indonesia, because this is their opportunity to try and take some podium positions away from Astra Honda. So as of right now, from what we're seeing, the only Astra Honda without a ref cut is the only one who's able to contest for the top 3 positions, and that's Veda Ega. So opportunity knocking for Muqtada, Chakrapat, Irfan, Farozi, Tanat, and Kiao Vietnam as well, who's actually sitting in 7th now.
Yeah. Yeah, he was having a little strut around yesterday, told me he was looking for a win this weekend. So if he's got that in his mind, then who knows what will happen.
Yeah, after seeing him on the 1 make for the Seaguards 50s, I really think it's coming for Kiao Vietnam, at least the podium. It's not a question of if, but when.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just have another look down the order. Nguyen Duc Tan in 13th. He's 3 seconds off. But above that, the first 12 covered by just over 2 seconds. A surprisingly slow rider there is Orat Tongnapakun, who is down in 15th, 3.5 seconds off. Here comes Veda once again. No. Decent pace again, low 51s. But nothing to change the positions on the timing screen. We're not sure where he is after that runoff. There is Ferozi. He's been in that first position for a while. We've got almost 10 minutes remaining. He's got Irfan Haikal behind him. Ferozi once again.
Ferozi now being chased down by the Boonsi Honda rider. Irfan Haikal, Irfan trying to make his name for himself in the ARRC championship. He's a strong rider, but both Boonsi Honda riders are struggling a bit this season. Idlan currently sitting in 12th. And that's really more or less the best we've seen for them. They've always been hovering around 10th to 15th. It's just been a tough season. It's worse than last season for them.
Yeah, and they really do need to step up. We know how good Boonsi are at selecting talented young riders. So there's something just not quite firing there. So anyway, Irfan Haikal staying pretty close there to Ferozi. although we can't really see what Ferozi's pace is at the moment.
Yes, if visually what we're looking at, this could be a good lap time for Irfan. We can see there, that's where he loses us out. On the exits, Ferozi just starts pulling away and Irfan just can't keep up. And take note that Irfan is a very small rider. He's, I believe, 15 years old or 16 years old now. He's very young, he's not tall, he's definitely just about 40 kilograms. So he's losing so much on the exits. You can see there again, the exit out of the previous turn, and Ferozi just pulls away like it's nothing. And yeah, it's not going to be a faster lap time for Irfan. Comes across, it's a 50, oh, it is a better lap time, 52. So Irfan did get a bit of help there. But again, you can see visually the second Irfan exits, he just can't keep up with Ferozi.
Yeah, Ferozi's got a really nice, smooth riding style. And as he's been in this championship for a few seasons, it's nice to see him doing something now. Vietnam has been pushed down to 10th, 1.3 seconds adrift. He's just hauled himself back up to 8th with a slightly better lap. The Astra Hondas, the unencumbered Astra Honda of Vader Egger is still at the top with a 150.1, the fastest time of the day. Jack Rapat is 3/10 back from him, and Ferozi, who was at the top for a while, now 0.423 behind Vader's best time. Wahyu Nugroho has come up.
Finally, because Wahyu was fast in practice 1, practice 2, but this time around he looked like he was really trailing, but finally Wahyu does find the pace. He's just 0.3 behind his teammate, so it's looking quite good for Wahyu now. Reza as well did improve. He's a second behind Vader, who is currently sitting in first. And for Herjun's still struggling. He's down in 9th, and I would say Herjun did look the stronger rider about mid-season compared to Reza, but this time he's slacking a bit somehow.
Yeah. Whereas Reza's been carrying a rev cut for longer than that. Initially it was 500, now it's 1,000. These do keep ratcheting up. 5 minutes remaining now in this final free practice session for AP250s today. And looking down the order, we've got a respectable performance from Nguyen Duc Tan. Yeah, we are there with Vader Egger, who's trying to get down to 150. He's on 150.153. And Jack Rapat is improving too. He's 0.07 slower than Vader Egger. So great work from the Honda Racing Thailand rider, Jack Rapat Pudisan. Here is Reza Danica, the championship leader, the 2018 champion. Without question, the most accomplished rider in this class. But because of his earlier performances in the season, he's had his wings clipped slightly by the rev cut, the equalising effect of the rev cut. There's Wahyu Nugroho making a good showing in the later stages of this practice session, the number 89 Indonesian Yamaha. And he's got Idlan Hakimi behind him for Bunsu Honda. One of the riders Daniel was talking about just now that really need to get some good results in this in this class. So there is Wayu, he's 0.695 off the best time of Vida Ega. There's a bit of a gap back to, I was going to say Reza, but now Muqtada has moved up into 4th. She's 0.661, back from the best time of Vida Ega. So nice performances coming in now from, certainly from the Honda Racing riders, Jakrapat and Muqtada. Tanat Longpliao is 7th, he's 1.3 off the best time of Vida Ega. You can see there how hard Wayu Nugroho is pushing that Yamaha. There is Mohsin Paramban, the Honda Racing India. Wayu Nugroho is coming up behind him and leading the pack. Behind them is Muqtada Sarapech. And she's being chased by Tanat, her teammate. There's 3 Honda Racing Thailand riders in this category. And looking behind them, there's one of the East NJT bikes. Can't quite make out that number. There goes Muqtada, and Tanat pushing so hard that he ran off, but no harm done. Best time for Muqtada, 150.8. And 150.8 was better than anybody had done earlier in the first 2 sessions. She looks back to Tanat and gives him his orders, his marching orders. March behind me. There's Ferozi Torakatula. Impressive all day. A really promising rider that now that the operation of the regulations has enabled Yamaha to be more competitive in speed terms with the Kawasaki's and the Hondas. What we hope and expect to see is Ferozi putting a really good race together and getting himself on the podium. So the bike behind there is the number 25 machine, and that is Watcherin Tubtimon for East NJT. Watcherin, a former Honda Racing Thailand official rider. There's some fine performances in the Asia Talent Cup. So the checkered flag is out now. That's the last time passed for Reza Danica for Wayu Nugroho, who followed him across the line then. So the majority of the field coming through. No significant changes there. I really don't remember those buildings being here 4 years ago when we were last here. But this is a thriving coastal city on the southeast coast of the People's Republic of China, not far from Macau. lot of the team here, including me, flew into Macau and then just simply got a taxi to the border and then came across to our hotel near the circuit, which took about an hour. That's all to do the transfer. Very convenient. So let's just have a look at those results. Vedega Pratama was the rider of the session and indeed the rider of the day when we look at combined times later. 150.153 for him. Next to him, the impressive Jakrapat Pudisan for Honda Racing Thailand, 150.2. Ferozi Torakatula, another rider, good all day for Yamaha Racing Indonesia in third. Fourth, Muqtada Sarapurch, good session from her. Wayu Nugroho, fifth. Sixth, Reza Danica RN, seventh, Tanat Long Pliao, and eighth, Cal Vietnam. Another good day for the Vietnamese. Herjan Atner, the form rider up until this round for Astra Honda, 9th, 10th, Irfan Ardiancia, who ran off into the gravel and kind of got stuck during that session. Aiki Yoshi was 11th, 12th, Idlan Hakimi, 13th is Idemitsu Bunsu Honda teammate Irfan Haikal, 14th, Watcherin Tuptimon, 15th, the stand-in rider for East NJT Racing Team, the powerful Suhatai Chumsap, 16th, Warwick Tongnopakun, 17th, Nguyen Duc Tan, 18th, Liu Chun Mei, 19th, Kevin Quintal, 20th, Long Nan Zer, 21st, Gao Tze Ang, and 22nd, Ni Tian. 23rd for Honda Racing India was Mosim Paraban. And we're going to go to Daniel now, who has got an interview for us. He's down in pit lane.
We're down here at the 1xx TKR garage with Kito Abe. Kito, first of all, congratulations on winning the 600 championship in Japan. And also, is this your first time in Zhuhai?
Yes, in the first time track, I feel so very difficult this track, but I think feeling is Japan circuit, Motegi, same. Yeah, I try to do my best.
For the championship, there's still a chance for you to fight with Kip. Do you think it's possible this weekend for you to fight?
Yeah, in the championship gap is a little bit big, but I won the champion, so I try to hard pushing, and in the first this round I want to get the win.
Thank you so much, Kito. We look forward to this weekend. Good luck.
The Supersport 600s are out on track for the last time today for this first free practice day for round 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the 12th session of the day. Following this will be the final session for the Supersport 600s. As you can see from the longer shadows on the bikes, we've got sunny conditions here. A nice kind of golden sun coming through, and there's a clash there. That was totally unnecessary, and the second tumble of the day for poor Adinanta Putra for Astra Honda. I'm not sure what happened there. That looked like some kind of error or muppetry or whatever between the two riders. The other one was a Yamaha. I didn't make out which one it was, but Adinanta down for the second time today. The fastest time of the day so far, set in free practice 2, belongs to the championship leader, Khairul Idampawi. Oh, and there is the other one. That was Andy Fadley, and he's well and truly buried deep in the gravel. So he's going to need some superpower to drag that front end out of the gravel. Anyway, back on track. Khairul Idampawi just went through ahead of his teammate, Helmi Asman. The 3 Bunsu Hondas of Helmi, Azroy, and Khairul Idampawi locked out the first session with the first 3 places. Second session, they didn't have it quite all their own way. Oh yes, they did. And it was in practice 2. Yep, that's it. It's been a Bunsu Honda story, but there is plenty more to be told, because this rider here for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing is on track, Ibrahim Noureddin. He was working on setup, visibly working on setup. He had a bit of a wild ride and made a fantastic save in FP2. And is a wonderful quality rider who's already won races at this level in this championship. And Ibrahim Noureddin, we expect to have a say in what happens this weekend at Zhuhai. Running the number 66. Going through there, 3 very quick riders. Soichiro Minamoto, 22, followed by Kito Abe, 51, and 41, Makarin Atura Puvapat. So fantastic quality in this Supersport 600 field. It's so close. In free practice 2, we had 1 second covering the first 11 riders, I think it was. Yeah, something like that. So it's incredibly close. We've seen some fantastic races this season, and we're going to see another 2 this weekend. That's Azroy, the Bunsu Honda number 20. Luckless this season, and therefore not in championship contention, but DNFs that have not been his fault. So he should be fancied for a win this weekend, in my opinion. But he's so fast, he's so smooth. His riding style should suit this circuit, because the surface is quite abrasive, which means that tyre wear will become a factor in the final few laps, and that should play into Azroy's hands. Now he's been followed by Helmi Asman with that very bright number 32, and Khairul Idampawi just behind him. And then it's Soichiro, then it's Nakarin. And there are just 5 world-class riders there, right there, that have gone through. And a special shout out for what he's done so far today, and we hope it will continue over the weekend, for Chinese rider Xia Juntong, for Victor Racing. He had a fantastic free practice 2, finishing 4th with a 1:38.3. He's currently less than a second down from the best time. And the rider at the top of the screens currently, won't surprise anyone, it is Khalid Mpawi. Super Kip, as he's often justifiably known. There is number 51, looking aggressive on the bike as he always does, Kito Abe. Chasing his compatriot Soichiro Minimomoto. Look really aggressive, both these Japanese riders. They know, because of the lead held by Kip in this championship, that those that are chasing him, he has got a 26-point lead. He's got Nakarin and Soichiro 26 points behind him. They're both on the same score. They know that they need to finish in front of him if they're going to have any chance of overhauling his lead and claiming the title. And not very far behind him, on 115 points, is, bear with me, is Kito Abe, and Helmi Asman just behind him. So the chasing pack of 4 riders behind Kip are separated by just 7 points. And one of those, Nakarin, is at the top. Another of them, Helmi Asman, is in second, and they've just pushed Khalid Mpawi into P3. Kito Abe is 4th, Soichiro Minimomoto 5th, and Galing Hendra showing strongly in the early stages. He's 0.77 adrift of Nakarin's fastest time. Asroy, the number 20 bike of the trio of Bunsu Hondas, is currently 8th. But he's just crossed the line, so now he's currently 4th, with less than 0.3 of a second between him and Nakarin. Practice qualifying racing in this class, the Supersport 600s, is always nail-bitingly close. We're seeing it again. Ratapong Willerot down in 8th place, but only 0.8 of a second off the best time. Xia Juntong still within a second of the best time. Ibrahim Noureddin is almost a second slower than Xia Juntong. So what the Chinese rider and Victor Racing MLT Yamaha are achieving, have been achieving here today, has been remarkable. And let's hope it continues. Behind them there are some Chinese wildcards. Jia Yifeng, Lin Jifei and Zhou Fenglong. And now here we have Khalid Mpawi leading Kito Abe. Helmi Asman just behind him. Soichiro Minimomoto just behind him. So the most competitive riders in the field, all running pretty close together. 6 of them. And indeed, there are 6 riders capable of finishing on the podium, and they're all running together in this session. And they are separated by just over half a second at this stage, after 11 minutes of free practice 3. Kito Abe rolls off, so does Karolid and Powie. So they're going to start to look for some space on the track. But ahead of them, Azroy is still pushing, Nakarin is still pushing. As they come into turn 11, taking a very wide entry. And Azroy came into that and stopped virtually on the outside of the corner. I think he's looking for room on the track rather than making a mistake. Karolid and Powie pushes on. So Chiro Minamoto pushes on. Kip takes a look behind him, and yes, those two Japanese bikes are still there. Azroy Hakim-Anuas found himself some space some way back from this group. So Chiro Minamoto clearly enjoying the track, enjoying the conditions. But Nakarin remains at the top. He's got just 0.07 of a second on Helmi Asman, who's currently second. And a nice shot there of Soichiro Minamoto under braking. You can see the challenges that the track surface is presenting these riders. And once again, Daniel's just joined me, and we've got 0.9 of a second covering the first 9 riders, the 9th of which is Sha Jun Tong, putting in another really good performance.
Yeah, brilliant from Sha Jun Tong. It's been looking really good. I just saw him at the paddock just now and just congratulated him on a really good weekend so far. Speaking of weekends, not good weekend is for Teo Joe. So I just had a chat with his coach Hafi Azmi, and yeah, Teo Joe has a broken foot. Sorry, a bone that's it's a proper fracture, clean break on his right foot, I believe it was. So he won't be continuing for this weekend. So we wish a speedy recovery to Teo Joe. It's a bike as well. It's completely shattered.
Yeah, he's in better condition than the bike. That's for sure.
Definitely.
But sorry to hear he's injured. Get well soon. There are a lot of bones in feet.
Yeah.
So I hope whatever it is heals up fast.
The good news is, so I heard from Afik that he does not require surgery. So that's a good thing. So hopefully he gets a good recovery and we'll see him back soon.
Yeah. Well, if he does, he's got a few weeks to recover before the final round. Maybe he can strap it up.
We've seen riders do miraculous things. I remember Rossi having a double fracture on his thigh, and after 4 weeks comes back and gets into the top 5. So
yeah, and that's on a thigh. I mean, that's such a big bone. Yeah. So Chiro makes a stop, almost exactly at the halfway point in this 30-minute free practice session, the 3rd of the day for the Supersport 600s. Azroy has been in and is coming out. He's got Andy Fadley that was involved in that weird early crash with Adinanta Putra. Looked like a bit of brain fade on behalf of one or both of them in that crash, but nothing serious.
yeah, the top 9 just gapped under a second again, 0.916 between Nakarin at the top to Sha Jun Tong. But Ibrahim Noureddin just not finding the pace again in this session. So we'll see whether he can find it with just under 15 minutes left.
Yeah, we're expecting him to have made a few changes and to be further up the order. And I put it on the line with my big mouth as usual at the start of the session, but it's not happening for him yet. And there is Sha Jun Tong on the Victor Racing MLT Yamaha, number 222. Local hero with no misuse of the word hero. Doing really great. So Nakarin's held that slender advantage at the top for a while now. But the bikes are coming out again, so there will have been some changes, maybe some fresh tyres. So let's see what unfolds in the next 14 minutes. But Galling-Hendra, who has been another rider that's frustrated us this season because of him not performing to the level that we believe and we know that he can, but he's 7th. But Xia Juntong getting some well-deserved time on screen. So for anybody watching on WeChat, this should be your hero for the weekend. He's made a fantastic start. We hope it continues.
It's an impressive session from Nakarin. He's really finding his pace. We saw him looking good in both practice sessions, and now he's really getting it on. And yeah, 37.256 from him. Kwame Asman the closest, 37.326. Kip, 37.348. Between the three of them, less than 0.1. And here's Xia Juntong just coming back into pit lane now.
Yeah, and the times are a big improvement. We hadn't seen 137s in FP2. In FP1, 2 riders, Azroy and Kip, got into the 137s. Now we've got 6.
Yeah, it looks like some immediate adjustments needed for Xia Juntong here. But our bike is looking good now.
Yeah. And this will do him personally, give him a big step up in confidence.
Definitely, he was waiting around him in pit lane with a big grin. So he's really enjoying it this weekend.
Yeah, he's always got such a positive head on him. He's a joy to have in the paddock, and it's really good to see him performing as well as he has so far. So a little adjustment, he's coming back out again.
It's a minor adjustment for him, but yeah, really those minor changes to suspensions can be really what makes the difference. You can take a rider's confidence from 70% straight to 110. And it's the drama does continue for Ibrahim Nordin, though. He's dropping down now to 11th because Adinanda Putra has found a bit of extra pace on his first flying lap, a 138.750. Puts him 1.4 seconds below Nakarin.
That's good, so he's not letting those 2 crashes put him off.
Jia Yifeng as well, good job from him. 1.9 now below Nakarin, moves up into 12th.
Yeah, and currently ahead of Panasorn, the Honda Racing Thailand rider. Only 2 laps recorded for Andy Fadley after that early crash and getting bogged down in the gravel. Remaining, Nakarin clinging on at the top with that 137.256. While we watch Xia Juntong, he's coming back again, so still playing with setup, but indicates some confidence because he has been going quick.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's still not happy about. Probably just felt a little twitch and he wants to get that adjustment just right. So he's gone back into pit lane now. It's Ibrahim Nordin. It's looking a bit less squiggly now on the exits.
Yeah, hopefully they're moving in the right direction with their setup. He's got Andy Fadley behind him now. There was no chance of Fadley's bike falling over in the gravel because his front wheel went over halfway.
Here's Ibrahim now coming around the last turn. Let's see what he does. He comes across the line. Looks like it's going to be an improvement. And oh, it's almost equal to his previous lap time. His previous best. But yeah, it looks like that suspension is sorted out for Ibrahim now. So
yeah, he does look, yeah. What did you describe it as? Squiggly or?
Squiggly.
Yeah. It's good. I like squiggly. Yeah, he's got plenty of movement from the back end, but it's under control.
Yeah, it's composed still.
Yeah.
I mean, we know what an aggressive guy he is on the brake, so that's just it's characteristic to his riding style. And here he comes now. This is where we saw a lot of errors from him on the exit, but this time, clean. It's looking really good from Ibrahim. You can see he's pulling away a bit from Andy Fadley. So let's see whether or not he can improve his timing, because we know he's a fast rider, and in previous sessions he was much closer to the top.
Yeah, we'd really like to see him. He can be a nice spoiler in this title chase. If he gets the setup right, he can definitely finish on the podium or win.
Here he comes now, approaching the last 10. Let's see what he does. Will it be an improvement? Andy Fadley as well, keeping quite close to Ibrahim. This looks like it might be another improvement. Yes, it is. 138.6. And Andy Fadley as well. Ibrahim has maybe unknowingly towed Andy Fadley into a better position. 10th and 11th for both of them.
Yeah, still some 1.3 seconds to make up for Ibrahim, but he looks like he's heading in the right direction. Here is the rider at the top of the timing screens now coming through. Nakarena Tirapuvapat. Just under 7 minutes remaining in this 30-minute session. But he's the rider at the top. He's the rider who's done the most laps. He's put in 12 laps. So showing really good pace, Nakarin. One of half a dozen or so genuinely world-class riders in this championship. But he got it wrong under braking into turn one that time. So this lap will be a bit of a trundle. In fact, outside of the top 9, there's been virtually no change in positions since the riders came back out of the pits 10 minutes ago. So with 5 minutes remaining, and pride and psychological advantage at stake. Let's see what happens. We've got just going through there, Zhou Fenglong, one of the Steed machines. Really good-looking team. Steed, nicely prepared bikes, good riders. A hell of a big bump there before they tip into that right-hander. Leg out from Nakarin. He's going to take a break, I think. He's let his teammate Panasorn go past him, so Nakarin's going to make a stop. It'll probably be a brief one because he'll want to come out again and consolidate or extend the lead that he's got in this third free practice session. Here is Kito Abe. Best lap for him. He's another rider in the 137s, 137.725. He comes into the final turn. This looks like a decent pace from him. It's in the mid 138, so it's decent but not stunning. So again, decent pace from these riders. Kito Abe currently 5th. but less than half a second off the best time of Nakarin. Question we should be asking now is, where are the Bunsu Hondas? We know where they are on the current results, but they've already been done, but we can't see them on the track. So Helmi currently in second, Khalid Mpawi currently in third, and Azroy Hakim Anwar currently in fourth. It's tight at the top, less than 0.3 of a second, separating the fastest 4 riders. Keita Abe pushing hard to try and get amongst them. So he goes into turn 9, and then turn 10. The left side of the tyre doesn't get a huge amount of use on this Zhuhai International Circuit. Just 5 left-hand turns out of 14. And now into the double right turn of 11 and 12. Blast straight through turn 13 and into the final turn. I don't think he's going to improve his time this time, but it's another one in the mid 138s. If he keeps going, he's going to have another 2 attempts at a really quick lap. And to answer the question, where are the Bunsu Hondas? There is the Bunsu Honda of Azroy. There is Nakarin in the pits. His helmet is off. He's talking to Kentaro Kobayashi, the Dunlop Tyre Supremo for this series. Best time so far for Azroy, 137.5. 6 riders in the 137s. And sure enough, as the seconds tick away, there are the Bunsu Hondas. There goes Azroy. Into turn 10. He's got Keita Abe as a target up ahead of him as they get into the braking zone for turn 11. So it looks like Nakarin will have no further say in this session, as less than a minute to go before the checkered flag is waved. Azroy comes across the line. Another lap in the 137s, 137.948 for the young Malaysian. And there is Soichiro Minamoto, number 22, sitting there in 7th, but still within 6/10 of the best time, currently held by Nakarin. What can Karel Idampawi do? What can Helmi Asman do? Helmi currently just 0.07 slower than Nakarin. Nakarin has walked across pit lane. He's talking there to Muqtada and watching the screens on the pit wall. Here comes Soichiro Minamoto across the line for the last time. The checkered flag is out. He doesn't improve, but it's very tight between the top 9 riders here. Less than a second. So the 3 Bunsu Hondas all running together. Azroy continues to press. Last time across the line for him. That's another good one, 137.7. It won't change his position. He's still 4th. But Azroy showing really good pace. So the Bunsu Hondas all across the line for the final time. It does look that Nakarin has held on to that advantage and will top the timing screens for FP3. And on combined times, when they're published, he will be at the top of that too. This is the fastest session. This has been the fastest session of the day. A few of the riders there, led by Soichiro, lining up for a practice start. And notable that the rider with the fastest time put in the most laps. You've got to admire the work ethic of Nakarin Atirapuvapat. Here are the results. 137.256 for the Thai rider. He pushed down the 3 Bunsu Hondas. Helmi Asman was second. Third was Karalit Pawi. Fourth was Azroy Hakim Anwar. Kito Abe for 1XOX TKKR Racing Team was 5th on the best of the Yamahas. Galanghendra Pratamar 6th. Good performance from him. Soichiro Minamoto was 7th. 8th Ratapong Willarot within 0.8 of a second of the fastest time. Shajun Tong, the new Chinese hero for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha, in 9th. Adan Antaputra, despite a crash, came back through to 10th. Ibrahim Noradin, still struggling with setup, was 11th. 12th Panasonic Kauson T. 13th Andy Fadley, who had an early crash. And 14th Jia Yung Feng. And 14th Jia Yi Feng. And, sorry, 15th. And 16th Zhou Feng Long for Silver Steed Racing Team. So we haven't seen much from Marcus Reiterberger so far this weekend, but Daniel is with him right now, so we're going to go and talk with him in pit lane right now.
Down here at the 1XOX TKKR BMW garage with none other than Marcus Reiterberger. So Marcus, it's your first time here in Zhuhai, but yet in practice you topped the timing sheets and as fast as in P1 and P2. So what's your opinion in Zhuhai so far?
Yes, hello. I'm really happy to be here. The track yesterday, for me, I only walked it, and I see that the surface is very harsh and very narrow. So compared to Mandalika, where it's really wide, it's difficult for me to handle this because I like fluent and big tracks. But I started pretty good today. The stop and go part is okay for me. I missed some fluent and technical part, but overall it's a good track. But to make a big difference until now is not possible, but we keep pushing.
So we've seen that riders like Zakwan have been able to set a good lap time around this circuit so far. Do you think it's going to be tough to try and widen the gap that you have in the championship currently?
I think on this track it's difficult for me to escape, even in the practice already, I think, because there are a lot of fast areas, a lot of acceleration and braking, and I think I'm a little bit heavier than Zakwan or the other riders, so I miss a lot of acceleration, top speed, and for sure to stop all the weight is a little bit more difficult, but normally braking is one of my key points, and yeah, but the track layout maybe is a little bit better for the lighter guys, but we will see.
Thank you so much, Marcus. Good luck with this session and the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, and thanks for staying with us. We are here for the final free practice session of the day and for round 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And we are with the ASB 1000, the litre class bikes. And on your screen, no less, is the 2019 champion, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, riding the 1XOX BMW TKKR. Last time out, meaning in 2019, that was Aslan's championship year. It was the inaugural year for the superbike class in ARRC. And a very good outing indeed he had, with a race 2, P2, qualified 3rd. So he knows this circuit well. He's in a really good, happy mood, Aslan. So you can expect him to perform well this weekend. He's definitely found his form and his confidence again after not such a good, not such a good 2022. But Aslan Shah is a sight to behold when he's in full flow. Just getting some data there about track temperatures. They've been as high as 41 today, so the track temperatures have been really good. The track is abrasive, as we heard Marcus telling Daniel a few minutes ago, and that was definitely the case. As I went round by foot yesterday, the surface is definitely going to be hard on these Dunlop tyres, and we've seen a lot of experimentation with tyres too. People running hard fronts, hard rears. You can see there Marcus Reiterberger running hard front, hard rear, and so is this rider. That is Casper Daniel. The fast nature of this circuit should favour the BMWs and the Hondas because of their raw speed. Casper Daniel is capable of putting together some really good, fast laps. The Yamaha will be strong through the flowing sections, and with a rider of the talent of Casper Daniel, Kazmayuddin aboard, then podiums are possible. It hasn't been a great season for Kazma. There were some setup problems earlier in the year, but we have seen him get some form back in recent races. And he came from nowhere to put in a really fast lap in free practice 1 early this morning to finish 3rd. The rider who's shown best so far has been Zakwan Zaidi, as noted by Marcus Reiterberger. He's a little bit lighter, but it was interesting to listen to Marcus, just how analytical he is in comparing himself, his own strengths, his feelings about the narrowness of the track and the abrasiveness of the circuit, and how he fares against his rivals who are of slightly smaller stature. A rider of comparable stature to Marcus Reiterberger just went through your screen then. That's the young Australian Lachlan Epis. He's delighted to be here at another new track for him, but it's a new track for a few of his competitors here. And he is confident after showing really well, running with the fastest riders here, apart from Marcus Reiterberger, in Mandalika. And he's looking forward to a good weekend here and building on what he did in Mandalika. Zakwan took a race win back in 2019 when we were last here. He won race 1 from Yuki Ito, no less. Yuki Ito was 3rd in race 2 as well. So Yuki Ito knows his way around here. And that's Chen Yonghang just behind Zakwan Zaidi there. So he's giving a toe to the Chinese wildcard here. Looks really aggressive on the bike, Chen Hongyan. He's some 2 seconds or 2.5 seconds off the best time. And he just ran wide, being perhaps a little bit too aggressive there. But as it stands in this very early stages of this 40-minute free practice session, Zakwan Zaidi has an advantage of 0.269 over Markus Reiterberger. And there is Aslan Shah, who is the next best. He's 0.525 down on Zakwan. There are some great Malaysian champions here. Another one, multiple champion Aslan Shah. Kamaruzaman, of course, just behind him. Another Asian champion, Kazma Daniel for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing, ASEAN. So it's Honda, BMW, Honda, the 4th Honda, sorry, the 2nd Honda, and in 4th place is Andy Fadley. The best Yamaha belongs to Yuki Ito right now. He's in 5th. Kazma Daniel is the next best in 8th. Lachlan so far is 1.4 seconds off. Now off Markus Reiterberger, who's gone 0.15 of a second quicker than Zakwan. But you can see the sense of what Markus was saying about liking wide flowing tracks. He loves Sepang, where he scored a double this season. And in 2020, just as COVID was closing in, the only race of the season for ARRC was at Sepang. And he was 2nd in race 1, and he won race 2. And he loved the wide open spaces of Mandalika too. This is an older, narrower track. Of course, if you look at it, it doesn't, or walk around it, it doesn't look that narrow, but as soon as you start approaching 300 kilometers an hour, it looks narrow. So Reiterberger exits the final turn one more time. Let's see what happens to the clock this time. He improves. Zakwan has improved too. Zakwan is just 0.03 of a second slower than Markus as it stands. So once again, a little game of cat and mouse between the German and the Malaysian defending ASB 1000 champion. Aslan Shah very close to Markus in his times here. Just 0.169 of a second adrift of Markus, and in 3rd place currently on the timing screens. But we have almost 30 minutes to go. So let's see what Aslan can pull off. Let's see what Andy Farid can do, and also Kazma Daniel. Kazma 0.778 off Marcus's time. And Yuki Ito also within a second of the best time of the number 28 BMW. Just going through on your screen now. So Markus just coming off into pit lane now. Kazma flashes past. The sun is low here, so everybody wearing black visors. let's see if there's any more experimentation with tyres. Marcus has currently got a hard front and a medium rear on his BMW. This is Andy Farid. I think we should stop calling him a rookie because he's already so accomplished in this class. He's running a medium front and a hard rear. So it is the rough nature of the surface that is pushing increasing use of hard tyres. Kazma Daniel, 1 corner ahead of Andy Farid on the track. Andy's best lap, 1:34.083. The best time of the day belongs to, I'll tell you in a moment, but I'm sure it's Marcus Reiterberger with that 1:33.596. Kazma lets Andy Farid Izdihar go as he comes through to complete another lap. He hasn't been as close as he has been to his teammate Zach Kwan today. But we're only talking about a few tenths. Andy Farid goes through the first 2 right turns. He heads up to, that's turn 7. Another one of the loops. And he'll blast down through the kink that is turn 8. With Lachlan Epis there, currently in P7, 1.5 seconds down on the best time of Reiterberger. He's got a clear visor. You can see how brightly the sun is shining onto it. Kazma Daniel in P4 within 4/10 of the best time. So good work from the Malaysian. This looks like another good lap from him. He stops the clock at 1:37.073, so not that good. It's a little tricky to tell with the sun being, the low sun being so bright, but I think he's got a hard rear on currently. Yeah, hard front and hard rear for Kazma Daniel. So a lot of experimentation going on here. The next time these bikes are on track will be for qualifying. In and out of the shade at this time of day. Long shadows. Kazma into turn 9. And into turn 10. 2 left-handers together. But no effort being put into this. This is on a cruise, so I'm sure he will pit on the way. There's Lachlan Epis. Just check where he is. Is that turn 7? Nice shot through the visor there of Lachlan Epis. Yeah, that was turn 7. He's now through turn 10 and on his way up to the turn 11, turn 12, which is really one big loop. And then they're on the home run down to the final turn. Nicely composed, not too aggressive there for Lachlan. It's a 134.9 for him. That's his best time so far. Just behind him, I think, is Zakwan Zaidi. So let's see what happens with the gap between these two. The BMW of Lachlan Epis of Evolution Sports in that striking aquamarine green. Lachlan having a look around, decides to let the Malaysian defending champion go. Zakwan has a deficit of 45.5 points to Marcus Reiterberger. There are 100 points left on the table, so he needs to have a really good weekend to keep his championship hopes alive. Yuki Ito comes through now. Yuki currently 6th, 0.9 behind the best time. Yuki Ito looking really fit and confident at Zhuhai this weekend. He likes the circuit. Something about the rawness of the stop-and-go layout that appeals to him. There are circuits like that that he races on regularly in Japan. And it is good to see these bikes tested on older circuits. This one's about 30 years old. And this one still has plenty of trees around. It's not a big wide open space. It's much more reminiscent of circuits you'd find in Japan or in the UK. Lachlan taking a good look at the back of Yuki Ito's Yamaha there. Like Reiterberger, Lachlan is quite a tall rider. Yuki Ito, much smaller in stature, lighter and more whippy, is scampering away from the Australian, who I think has probably just trundled into the pits. But Yuki Ito comes through to do another lap. He's done 8 so far. Hardest working rider of the session so far is Zakwan. He's done 11 laps, the same as his Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa teammate Andy Farid Izdihar. And there we are back with the championship leader, Reiterberger. See if he's doing any more experimentation with tyres. No, he's still running. Running a hard front as well as a hard rear. So that seems to be working for him. Another lap to complete for Markus Reiterberger, looking very composed. You could just see as the lights dimming, you can see the gear change lights flashing on the display on the front of that BMW. He's into turn 1 now. Turn 1 blends into turn 2. There he goes, spitting flames out of the back of that BMW liter engine. Through turn 3. Beg your pardon. Through all the way up to turn 7. He did that quickly. And then he's got 2 left-handers coming. Here he is into turn 9. Does that neatly. Just got time to stand the bike up, and then over it goes again, down onto the left side. Out onto the rumble strip, across the circuit in that flowing motion that he enjoys so much. Reiterberger, and into turn 11 and turn 12. And then blast it down to the final turn. And another improvement for him. That's a 133.321 that time around. So just edging out his advantage, piling it on a little bit. It's now 0.3 of a second over Zakwan Zaidi, who hasn't improved for a while. Neither has Aslan Shah, who's still in 3rd, nor Kazma Daniel, who is in 4th. Andy Farid currently in 5th. Within 0.7 of the best time. And then there's another 0.4 of a second down to Yuki Ito. Lachlanipis is in 7th, just behind Yuki. Daniel has returned. He looks like he's been outside. Looking a little bit warm there, Daniel.
Yeah, I've definitely been outside and I smell like gasoline with all the bikes around me. But it's really good atmosphere down there. Yeah, I can see there's some serious faces going on in the paddocks, and there's some very cheerful faces going around. You can definitely see that the tension is building because we are at the penultimate round, and some are just really enjoying being out here.
Yeah, it is good after an absence of 4 years to come back. It's kind of a big deal to come into to China, because it is such a massive continent of a country, really. It's just vast, especially when you come from a tiny little island like I do.
No, it's been a great location so far, and having it back into the Asia Road Racing Championship calendar, it's really great to have this variation, and this track really does look amazing, and just so excited to see how the action is tomorrow on track for racing.
Yeah, I just picked up on some of the points from your interview with Marcus just about the nature of the track, and it is good to have a track that is so different from the the big sweeping modern circuits like Sepang, like Mandalika, and to an extent like Buriram 2, where everything is perfect and modern. There are some bumps here, there's some undulations. It's it's quite a badass kind of track, really.
It is, yeah. No, I was really interested by Kito's comparison to Suzuka, where he said the grip level was around similar to Suzuka's in its looseness.
Did you say Suzuka or Motegi?
That's a good point. I myself have forgotten now.
I was listening more carefully. You were actually
I was hearing
you were actually doing the work at the time. He said Motegi.
He said Motegi. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was an interesting comparison. I mean, yeah, he clearly has a lot of experience over there. And so for whichever rider has ridden a Motegi, I guess they will be familiar with the sort of grip levels that we're having.
Yeah, Zakwan's doing a good job. Markus Reiterberger is just chipping away, bringing these times down by a 100th here, a 10th there. Aslan's out there putting the work in. He's got 10 laps in so far. The workhorses of the session once again are Zakwan and Andy.
Yeah, so I just checked with Victor Racing. Osama isn't here for this weekend, so he won't be participating in this round. So for the Victor Racing team, they will be just relying on the Super Sport 600 and the 250 class riders.
Well, so far, especially in the 600s, they're looking good.
Yeah, the 600s is just it's really looking like Victor back again, back to what they used to be. And yeah, I mean, I just really wish that we had the likes of Anthony West as well here. That would have been really nice to see.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, Westy's always great to have in the championship. Even when he was riding an old bike that wasn't competitive, you always got a good view from him, and you always knew something was going to happen when he was on track.
Here's Jacrid. That should be an improvement. Yes, it is a 1:37.061. So Jacrid does improve his time. Really nice design of helmet that he has.
Yeah, the whole thing about that East End JT setup is, you know, the aesthetics are really good.
Here's Lachlan now. Lachlan, with the absence of Thierry Joe, has adopted the help of Hafig Azmi as a coach and mentor for this round.
Oh, okay.
So Hafig Azmi, being an ex-Moto3 and Red Bull Rookie Cup rider, will definitely be giving Lachlan valuable tips.
Yeah, interesting that in this low evening sun, Lachlan's still running with a clear visor, actually. In this part of the track, in the shadows, it'll be okay.
Yeah.
But it gives the cameramen a chance to do their magic.
Here's Yuki just coming into frame. Looking a bit better this time round in practice 3.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, that serious face on his profile photo there is literally his face after practice 2. Proper game on. He really wants to try and make it a good finish to the 2023 season.
Yeah, well, it was. We thought we'd lost him for a couple of rounds, but unfortunately for the rider that replaced him, who's got arm pump issues. Help me out here, Daniel. Don't worry, I'll find him. I do apologise. So we are talking about. I'm going to have to look back.
Kement Kubo.
Kement Kubo.
That's
yeah.
the one, yeah.
Yeah, poor Kubo. Yeah, he's been out too long.
Yeah, he definitely brought colour into the championship, but yeah, it's just unfortunate. I still remember seeing him in Sepang, and he was just grabbing his forearm, and
yeah.
I just heard the first thing, arm pump. I was like, ah.
Yeah, and it's a prolonged problem. It's been with him for a long time, and he's still a very young rider.
That's the thing that happens for certain riders. They get the arm pump issues, and it really just puts a pause on your riding for a while, because it's either you try and ride through the pain, which more often than not doesn't work, and then you have to go through surgery, and it's a long recovery. But we really do hope that he does get back on and comes back on his absolute best.
Yeah, for sure. It was exciting to have him in here, coming in back in from Moto2.
Again, the talent that we have in ARRC is just immense. We've had Kenneth Kubo, we've got in this category Marcus Rattenberger, Azan Shah, Kasma Daniel, Zakon Zaidi, Yuki Ito, and Andy Farid. In the 600s, We've got Soichiro, another ex-Moto2 rider. Kip. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, there are 7 riders in that Supersport 600 category that are absolutely world class. Here we are with the big boys. Feel a little depleted now, sadly. There is Jack Britt.
It's a properly aggressive exit there.
Yeah.
That usually you'd see riders let off a bit when they have a bit of a wobble, but he just thought, gas it and just let the bike figure itself out.
That's it. It's nearly tea time.
Yeah. Great shot there of Lachlan Epis just coming out of the corner. It's just a bit of a backfire as he shifts up. It's really nice looking livery, this one.
Yeah, it is. Private family team. Well supported. And BMW official, the Alpha, the racing division, giving him good support.
Nothing coming closer. I think that is an improvement in time, I think. Let's reduce it now to 1.518.
Yeah, I think he'll be reasonably pleased with this session. He's easing off now. He's still got a good few laps in, if he wants to. And here are the 1XOX BMW TKKR duo about to go on. I can see. Oh. Okay, hard.
It is quite a late exit from the TKKR bikes. I would have thought that they would have just stayed in, but perhaps some last-minute setup adjustments that they want to try out.
Yep. Next time on track, it's qualifying, so absolutely. We had quite a lot of time with Kisuki Sakamoto earlier, but we haven't seen much of him in this session until now. So there he is on that beautiful Astemo Honda with that striking helmet design as well.
It's a beautiful looking bike, that one. And it was a dark reddish, maroonish color mix with the white. It really brings some occasion.
Yeah, it does, and it's a hard color to define, like a lot of them. Actually, the creative work behind the scenes on these bikes, we tend to focus on the technical aspects, but we mentioned it just now with the East NJT bikes. The aesthetics of those are really striking. I was trying to define earlier the color of Lachlan's bike, but I've settled on aquamarine.
Aquamarine. Yeah, I would have just called it mint.
Well, in mint, you know, any British people listening will know mint just means, it's another word for really good.
Well, I mean, it works in both ways. He is a really good rider, and that color is really nice.
It's mint.
It's
yeah,
mint.
absolutely.
Yeah, Lachlan now on another push. It's interesting. He does one push lap and he just takes a quick breather and then pushes on again. I think he's just trying a few different lines out, maybe different exit points. Because I was witnessing a bit of a debrief between him and Hafik, and yeah, it's interesting the way, again, rider coaches, it's one of the aspects of racing that don't get enough credit, I feel, because behind the scenes, between the riders and the teams, you have the first layer, which is you talk to your engineer, you get a debrief on what you felt on the bike. Was there chatter? Was there movement? Was the tires feeling okay? And then after that, you go to your rider coach and you ask him, well, was this okay? I took this line, but this happened. And the rider coach gives an opinion, transfers that idea into the rider's mind, and then the rider tries it out. It's a constant game of communication between rider, team, mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I love about this sport, is that it's not simple.
Yeah.
There's no one thing that makes somebody a winner.
Yeah, a lot of people might look at racing and think, it's just down to the guy who's on the bike or the car, but really racing is an ultimate team sport. It's all about gelling everything together, making that family of a team work well.
So Jack Brook's going to have one more spell before the flag comes out. So there he goes, he'll have one more flying lap. And here is Andy Farid Izdihar in P5, 0.8 of a second off the best time of Markus Reiterberger, who is coming up to turn 1 once again now.
Again, sticking with the mediums, I would have expected that at this temperature they might want to have tried a different compound, but I think Marcus is set on sticking to this compound for race day. So
yeah, so yeah, hard. Talking about what a good rider he is, but actually his helmet design is pretty good too.
It is. I was having a close look at it, and it's really, really nice. Again, another person or a team that doesn't get enough credit for the helmet airbrushes. The designers as well. They do some unbelievable work on helmet designs.
Yeah, and they give a good feeling to the rider, and all of that feeds through.
It's a big confidence
so
boost.
Just traces here and traces there that all builds up. Yeah, makes you feel better about yourself. Oh, yeah, he's just inched his time down a little bit more. The gap to Zakwan Zaidi is now 0.578 of a second. Zakwan hasn't answered in the last 15 minutes or so to this pounding that Markus Reiterberger has been doing. He's really got the work in. 15 laps.
Here comes Marcus now. Will he be the first to touch the 132s? He's almost there, and he's really pushing on in this lap. You can see the rear wheel. It's just floating as he brakes. He's keeping it so well controlled. I don't know if that's a new addition, but I'm just seeing a little winglet type thing right at the mudguards. I don't remember noticing that in the previous round. Maybe maybe it's new. These two down here, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember seeing that before. That could be new. But I think that's just funneling air into the brakes.
But they are going to have an aerodynamic effect. So the checkered flag is out. So this will be the last time across the finish line for Markus Reiterberger. And what the pace that he's got. That was just 0.07 of a second off his best time. Well, it's not his type of track. He feels like he might be at some kind of disadvantage, but he's got a almost 0.6 of a second advantage over the next best in free practice 3.
His consistency is just unbelievable. He sets the best lap, and he just does another lap that's pretty much identical.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zakwan Aslan, again, they're doing a great job there. 0.5, 0.7 seconds away. But it's just not enough to take Markus Reiterberger off the throne for now.
Yeah, that's right. So that is the final session of the day as you can see, the sun coming down. When we come back tomorrow morning, it's going to be business time with qualifying in the morning and race ones in the afternoon. And with that gorgeous backdrop of a variety of trees, let's just look at those results for that final Superbike free practice session of the day. Marcus Reiterberger, fantastic pace, bringing his time down to 1:33.048. Next best, Zakwan Zaidi on 1:33.626. Aslan Shah, third on 1:33.765. Kazma Daniel was next and the best of the Yamahas. Behind him, Andy Farid in fifth. Sixth was Yuki Ito. Seventh was Lachlan Ipis with a 1:34.656. And Kosuke Sakamoto, standing in for Pasawit Titivarak for Astemo S1, was eighth. Ninth, Shen Hong Wang for Jim's 777Y Racing Team. Jakrit Swangsuat did a 1:36.554 to end up 10th. And no showing, as we were saying, for Teo Zhou and Osama Murray. So all that remains for us to do is to take a look at tomorrow's schedule. As we were saying, it's all about qualifying, and it starts with the new format for Underbone 150s. Those that had the best, the 13th to 25th combined times from today will be out on track for 10 minutes from 8 o'clock to 8:10 for qualifying 1. The fastest 2 there will go into qualifying 2, which will be at 8:20. And then same format for TVS Asia One Make Championship. And then from 9:30, we've got the AP 250s, 30-minute qualifying session, 30-minute qualifying for Super Sports. And that is it for us today. Come back with us tomorrow morning, whether you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, or on WeChat. We'll be back with you at 8 AM tomorrow, local time. Thank you for staying with us. This is the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.